Hey, lovely. What's up? What's up? What you been up to? Yeah, I was on. I missed so many videos yesterday, but I just seen. I don't know. Quanney's video was yesterday or day before yesterday. Hey, Cassandra, if you're up in the clouds, dip down and say hi. You don't have to stay long. Um, so I don't know if you didn't. Well, it was her talking about the Devon, but she had put the link to that video on her community page. And I know the first video that I seen, and I did my video on the first video I didn't see the when they showed the video, the one that I seen, it didn't have the beginning to it. There's a lady red. Yeah. If I did you, that was hilarious. I mean, I bust out laughing so many times in here. I had to do like this, even though nobody was in here but myself. But I felt kind of crazy because I was laughing so hard. But yeah, she drug Lady P. I didn't even know Church of Lady curse like that, could curse like that, knew the words like that. But baby, yeah, she drug her. She drug her pretty good. She drug her until she should have had nosebleed if she did. But yeah, I seen Quanney's video where she was explaining that there was, see, all this time that I was looking at Brianna's videos and the family coming on. Now he even asked if the because I was wondering what the police department what was their take on it? Were they, which I know they were not accepting responsibility for, because the first video that I seen, um, like I said, I'm talking from law enforcement perspective, okay, because that was my profession. So when I seen that video, I did my video on what I seen in that video from that uh, I think one of the officers' camera. Took the skin out from behind. Yeah, she did. And so the video I just watched on Quanney'S community page showed a little bit more, and it was I think she said like 20, 21, 20 some minutes, and I didn't see the beginning. Uh, hey Nadia, you freezing off? You know, I'm freezing. Oh, hey Nadia, Nadia. Oh, okay. I don't. It's not showing me that I'm freezing or anything. Um, but so this video that I watched on Quanney's community page, I'm just trying. As y'all know, I don't know if anybody else is watching, but uh, is from my law enforcement experience perspective, which I did that, and I basically nothing has changed. Everything that I said still stands, and um, I said what it is. It didn't change. Nothing changed about it. Um, so the video that she have on there, it did this time. It started from the beginning because at first I couldn't talk about the traffic stop because I didn't. The traffic stop wasn't on there. But this video on her community page, it was. And as the officer stated, they were doing a task force. Okay, so if they got a task force out trying to keep, they must have bad. They must have uh, what's the word I'm trying to find? They must have bad shootings, drugs, crimes. Okay, for them to have have a task force out. Okay. First thing, if it was me and I was in that task force, probably the first reason I would have probably pulled them over would have been that broken window, that back window, that little bitty squirt window would have been uh something that would have given me probable cause to pull them over. Okay. Because you don't know if they stole the car or not. Okay. And then the task force, that's how a task force work. Okay. Um, I heard the officer tell them about the task force, and that when he walked up to the car, he could smell marijuana. Okay. So that's probable cause number two. Now, no. The third thing was the driver. When they was talking to him, and he was, say, I smell this, marijuana. Have were y'all smoking earlier? Or was y'all around somebody that was smoking, or what? I got smart. Okay. Uh, to me, for me, that would have been okay. Yeah. Let your antennas come up. Hey, B-Town, how you doing? I've been wondering where you were. Asking. Thought maybe you was in the hospital. Glad to see you. Now I can click on you and find your page. Um, Number three, the driver. When he got out, um, instead of him complying and following the instructions of the officer, because the officer was not being a butthole. He just told him turn around, spread his legs, and if he told you, hey, Miss TR, if he told you to spread your legs a little bit wider, that's what you needed to do. Follow the instructions. It's not whether you like it or not. Better, yes. Oh, okay. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. I'll talk to you later on that. But follow instructions. And when he turned around and he told him to spread his legs, he want to say, you didn't have to jerk me like that. Now, see, there's problem number 3. Okay. And so then he had to get forcefully, get a little force behind him because he wanted to act a fool. Okay. So they put him in handcuffs and took him away. Okay. Now, the little young guy in the front, Devon, then he started, and I thought he was already on the phone. I thought he had the phone up to his face, but he didn't. He got to going all off. Hey, Munch Boy. He got to going all off um, just for no reason. It didn't make much sense, but I'm going to tell you now, those officers was very, very, very patient with him. Very patient with him because there's not too many officers that would have spent that much time um, trying to convince him, get him to take his hand from under that seat. That was just too much wasted time. But they had the patience, and good they did. Me, I don't think I would have had the patience, that much patience with him, because there was no reasoning for him to be defiant as he was. Now, as Quanney said, and I don't agree with nothing Quanney has to say, but I'm gonna have to say, no, the family is not gonna win with this. First of all, I didn't know that the police chief had already made a statement. I didn't know this until the end of that video. And he just basically said that he gave the name of the officers and their badge number. Okay. And it was 4 officers. And people want to keep saying that 35 shots. And as I told y'all, 35 shots was overkill. No, it's not. And I understand to civilian people, it may look like it, may sound like it to y'all, but believe me, it's not. Just think about putting yourself in the middle of a gunfight, and then you tell me if you think you shooting your gun or officers shooting a gun, because there's no, first of all, you can't shoot 35 times. Well, it was 4 officers, okay? So that means not all of them shot 10 times. Hey, Bench Thinker, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Not all of the officers shot 10 times. Okay, so we're just going to do our approximate. So 10 shots from each officer. That's just 10 shots. That's nothing. That's not a lot of shots. What y'all thinking is a collective. Y'all thinking, oh, 35. You're not thinking that's from 4 different officers. They might get something because it was overkill, like in Rona case. How many officers was in? Because I don't know the Rona case. Not. How many officers shot? And so you have to understand, you have to look at this. This guy was sitting in a car. It's a whole, it's different when you got somebody sitting in the car. So some people say, I heard somebody say, well, they could have did something different. They could have tased him. Uh, uh, what was her name? The woman that was talking to Quanney. Uh, I don't know why I wanted to say Lady P. Probably because I was just about to watch her video. Not Lady P, but James Spillerboy's friend. I know y'all know which one. Um, she was up there talking to Quanney, but she was like, they could have done something else. They could have tased him, um, shot him with rubber bullets. Um, first of all, and if you don't know, I'm here to tell you, police officers don't shoot to wound. Okay, and I'm gonna leave it like that. Okay, but he was dead from first. Well, see, yeah, but you got people that's you still got people that was. I looked at the chat, and you got Terry Pete. Thank you. You still have people that's saying, well, the police killed him. No, the police did not kill him. He killed himself. He committed suicide. Then I read where people were saying, well, I think that was Quanney said he did suicide by cop. No, that's not suicide by cop either. Okay, because if it was suicide by cop, he would have taken the gun, pointed it at the cop, forced the police to shoot him. So it's not suicide by cop. He committed suicide. He shot himself. As I told y'all last time, when he bent down, he pulled the trigger, and you could see his body thrust up. That shows you that he shot himself. If the police had shot him, he would have went down. He would have thrust down. Okay, so stop saying the police killed him. Police did not kill him. Okay, it wasn't suicide by cop. He took his own life. I'm sorry for the family, but that young man to take his own life, I miss you too. Once the first shot went off, all the officers started shooting. And yes, and that's what they were supposed to do because they didn't know who shot and who he was shooting at. And you have to, they already had their weapons out. That's what they're supposed to do. They spent all that time trying to talk him out of, yeah, I mean, and I mean, I feel sorry. I felt sorry for him. Just, I mean, watching him, listening to him, because I was trying to understand, why are you doing this? What is it that you're trying? Because you, the cops are not going to leave. Okay, they're not going to leave. So talking about fall back and why didn't you just leave? No, it doesn't work like that, young man. Okay, and for you to behave like that, then they knew there was either drugs, guns, or something in the car, and all you had to do was to comply, unless you had a death wish, which evidently you did. I mean, I'm not saying I'm heartless, but I mean, people saying he was just a baby. I said the same thing. He was. He was 18. But would I have shot him? You're damn right. I would. no doubt. I don't even have to, yeah, no blink here, because people, what people don't understand, they talking about rubber bullets and tasing. No, young kids 10 years old, 9 years old, will shoot you faster than a grown up will, and will take your life faster than a grown up will. He had to have had some problems, some issues, mental issues, or I just like Quanney said, I don't know what they was smoking, if he was paranoid, I don't know. But whatever it wasn't worth you taking your life. Okay? But you can't blame the police every time. I'm not like everybody know me know that I'm not for bad police. I'm not for racist police. I don't do that. That ain't my thing. But I'm also not for trying to hang some good police. Now, and I don't know them personally, but from the video, the cam that I seen, this particular situation, those cops had patience with this young man, more patience than I would have had. I wouldn't have had that much patience with him, because I was watching the video and I was pissed. I was saying I'm saying some words, and I was saying, "Good is y'all," because I don't have the patience to sit up there and just keep listening to that nonsense that you're talking, because it was a traffic stop. If they were weaving and not staying in one lane, because that's what the main stop was for. Okay, that's a simple traffic stop. But he knew he had the gun up under his seat. I feel for him. I feel for his family. But you know, I don't hold it against the family, even though I heard the family say that they, if I'm not mistaken, they taught their son what to do when it comes to the police. Well, he didn't follow your instructions if you did, because all he had to do was comply. Just like the driver, he didn't want to comply. I don't want to. Let's see. The cop said glossy eyes. Yeah, and he smelled. I mean, they do not understand. And I have had to tell guys all the time. I walk by them and I say, "Hey, come here," and they'll say, "Huh?" And I say, "No matter what kind of cologne you put on top of smoking marijuana, we can still smell the marijuana." And then they look at me like, "Oh, oh, okay, okay," all scared and stuff. But stop it! You in the car, you have the windows up. A lot of them have the windows up. They riding around smoking marijuana, and then when they get pulled over for something, the cop walk up to the car, and marijuana hit you in the face, and then and when they ask you, "Have you been smoking marijuana? You got," and then they looking like, "What is he talking about?" All you had to do was say, "Yeah." What else did I see on there? Yeah, they had glossy eyes, and I don't know if that marijuana made him paranoid to the point that he started doing talking all that craziness and hollering about "I love you, brother." And I if you, I mean, I understand if he already knew that he was going to take his own life. I understand him saying that, but he just kept going on and on and on. And the other thing, I did not know that there was a young man still in that back seat. So that's why that's why they had to be that patient with him, because there was another person in the back seat. I didn't know that. Well, you couldn't see it because of the blur that they had until I guess they was waiting until they brought the dog and they opened up the door and they got him out. And then at that point, they still tried to be patient and get him to get hit, show that hand without anything in it, and he still just on and on and on. And I was getting frustrated, and I wasn't on the scene, and I was sitting here going like, "What the hell is your problem?" You know, it doesn't make any sense. These officers are sitting here, they basically begging you. Um, yeah, I was thinking you was in hospital. Um, so yeah, the family. Let me see. In my first video, I didn't, want to say anything to, to hurt the family's feelings. But I knew from the video that I had seen, I already knew what it was. And people were asking, and I think some people were asking Quanney, why did whoever that was supposed to be helping the family pay the other part for the young man's funeral, um, why did they back out? Well, who that other party was, which is it's called victims compensation. Anytime that someone get injured, hurt, or killed violently, um, they will help bury the person unless the person take their own life. Okay. And because he did take his own life, they are no longer um, they no longer have to help the family. So that's why they had to they backed out, and they didn't back out, but because people didn't know who it was, which it was victims compensation, uh, they would have to find another way of paying for the funeral themselves. So that's what it was, and I knew that already, that if um, if it was found that it was that he took his own life, that no, they would not pay for the funeral. They would not have paid for the funeral. So that's who that was. Let's see what is. Let's go back here and see if y'all have any questions, comments. Let's see. Bench Thinker. I haven't seen Bench Thinker in a while. Thanks for coming by, Bench Thinker. Let's see, they might get something because it was an overkill. And like I said, Lil Blake, I don't think it was an overkill, because being that you have four officers, um, 10 shots, 10 shots from one officer is not an overkill. when you have a outside a gun battle. Uh, Civilian people probably think so, but no, because you have to think about well, y'all don't, but uh, adrenaline. Adrenaline is there. When you hear a gunshot and you know it's not any of those four officers, then you know that that young man uh, had a gun and he pulled the trigger. You don't know who he pointed the gun at, who he shot at. All you know is that you want to go home tonight, and you start shooting. And when the threat is gone, that's when you stop shooting. And that's what they did. And so they did nothing wrong. Um, and this petition, Quanney was talking about this petition, and I heard him talking about a petition. I understand people, people have to have somebody to blame. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Somebody, they want somebody to blame for this young man being dead. They want to blame the officers. Um, why not blame uh, the young man being out at whatever time of night that was? I don't know what time it was, but you have to start there. It was three black men, young men in the car with a busted back window, with the smell of marijuana coming from it. Okay, so yeah, it's. I mean, it's sad. It's sad, and a gun battle don't last long. It don't take long. There's been gun battles where there's been over 200 shots. Doesn't take long. Let's see if I miss. Mm, the family is hurting very bad and not understanding why this happened. Yeah, and I, I do understand, but they need to watch that video if they haven't already. And I'm if they haven't already, I imagine their attorney have. If they say they have attorney. If they have an attorney, then the attorney should, you know, uh, tell them they probably need to watch it because to get some peace, to get some understanding, to, to get understanding why they gonna have to watch the video because and even watching the video, they're still not gonna get a full understanding why because they may not know why Devon took his own life because he didn't have to. Um, but they'll hopefully see that it wasn't the police. Police didn't kill their son, their cousin, their nephew, whatever. They seem to be making clear. Yeah, uh, and every with police shootings or police killings, they want somebody to blame. They don't want they don't they ain't gonna blame themselves. They're not gonna blame the person that got uh, the loved one that got killed. Um, they want to blame the police. And, it's 4 white cops. But anybody that sit there and watched and seen those 4 white cops basically beg this young man to come out with nothing in that hand, over and over and over and over. Cause see, those cops didn't want to kill him. I don't know if Jacksonville have racist cops or not, but uh, these 4 cops, the first cop was the one that was doing all the talking. He had 10 years, 10 years and 4 months. The last one that the chief talked about, he had 25 years and 3 months. So it wasn't any rookies. So they knew what they were doing, and they did their job. And people say, "Oh, they could have shot him in the arm." But they didn't kill him. He killed himself. Stop trying to blame the police. The police didn't kill him. That is what every time I, heard, listened to one of these videos or lives or something, they kept blaming the police. And I have to tell myself, these are civilians. They're going to blame the police. Um, and then I thought to myself, if I was still on duty and I was a Jacksonville police officer and I was out there that night, I was one of those cops, what would they say then? Probably same thing. Hey, Davin. Probably same thing. Probably just call me, I don't know, whatever they call black cop, just happened to be out there, um, and did their job, because those officers did their job. They did what they're trained to do. We're not trained to shoot in the arm, the leg. And because this young man was sitting in the car, they they did what they had to do. And I heard that the autopsy states it was self-inflicted. Yeah, it was. Yeah, he killed himself. I think the witness in the back seat that it was suicide. Well, he wasn't in the back seat. They had taken him out of the car. Yeah. If you watch it again, they they had already pulled him out the back seat before the young man killed himself. Yeah. Because at first I didn't even know the guy was back there in the back seat. And then until I guess they was waiting on the dog, and they got the dog, and then that's when they open up the door, told the young man that was in the back, open the door, come out and lay down on the ground. So as soon as he came out, grabbed him and pulled him on the way. And they still were trying to convince him to come out. And then after that, he decided he got down. He stooped down a little bit lower, put his head down, and then he just shot himself. But once that first shot went off, yes, then you heard all the pa 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 pa. Oh, you can't watch the video. Well, okay. What part is so? And I understand. I'm a cop, so maybe it's me. But what part what part y'all, what part is hard for y'all to watch? Why is it hard for y'all to watch the video? I mean, I understand the part. I mean, you're not gonna see his his brains blow it out or anything. What is the petition for? The petition was because the family was still holding on to the fact that the police killed their child, and they wanted to get a petition with names to send to, um, I guess, governor, to get a. I don't know if they wanted to get maybe FBI or somebody else to do the investigation, but there's no need for a petition because the police didn't kill him. He committed suicide, and that they just are not willing to accept that he shot himself. I have yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't show. It doesn't show anything. All the only thing that you will hear is you just hear the shot, and you hear a shot, and then you hear the shooting of the police. So it's not that you'll see anything. I just like for people to see the video because it definitely would give you a better understanding of what happened. It really would. It really would. Yeah, it would give you better understanding, and then you can say, "Oh, okay, okay, yeah, I heard the shot," because you only hear one shot, and then you hear pa, 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 and you see the dust, and then that's it. So you don't see any guts of blood. You don't see blood. You don't see any of that. Where is the boy brother was asking him to get out the car? Yeah, he was. He was saying, "Get out, just get out the car," and he still wouldn't. You would have thought that he would have. You would have thought the young man that was in the back seat, that was still in the police car. I mean, that was still in the car with him, could have convinced him to show his hand and get on out the car. The guy in the back seat, they said nothing, nothing. I mean, I would have been saying, "Look, show him your hand. Get out the car. I'm getting out with you." And see, that's what I was not understanding. It, they got the driver out, and there was another guy in, and he got out safely. Those two got out without being beat or shot or whatever he was thinking that was going to maybe happen to him. So if he seen they got out the car, they didn't beat them, they didn't shoot them, then why he just didn't get out with them? Oh, that's why I say it had to be something um, going on with him for him to. He just kept saying, "No, I can't. I can't get out. I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out." And then I mean, you got to be awfully damn strong to pull the trigger on your own self. or you have to be awfully com- com- confused. I say confused. Tragedy or and receive counsel. Yeah, they probably will have to. And I'm glad the third young man that was in the back seat, I'm glad he did get out of the car before his friend took his own life. Or he would have, I think he would have really been screwed up. Yeah, he'd been really messed up. See, when is your own family? A lot of folks want to see as a freak show. It's a child life that is lost. Mother's bearing a child. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But mine, I'm doing this as on the perspective of a police officer, and that's why I really, when I'm just compelled to do um, videos when it comes to um, law enforcement thing, shootings or whatever. It's on the perspective of law enforcement because I can speak on that because 20 plus years I can speak on. Um, I don't want to say that we don't have hearts. We have hearts. We're humans. Just like people want to say it was overkill to shoot 35 times, but those cops are humans. They get scared too when they know someone has a gun and is shooting in their direction. They have to shoot back because their goal is to go home at the end of the day. That was every day. That's our goal, to go home to our families too. But I mean, if we didn't, if we were not able to be able to talk about um, shootings like this, videos like this, we would not be good police officers. If I couldn't talk to y'all or explain all this stuff to y'all, and I know y'all are your civilians, your mothers, you. I mean, I have a heart. I mean, I cry when I see things. I may not do it in public. I may not do it at the time. At the time, I've cried when I see when a child got hit by a bus. My child was the same age, 7 years old, when that child had to be brought to the hospital. A car didn't stop for the bus. The stop sign came through. The child was walking across. Camaro hit her. What went through my head is that mother woke the child up. Child got dressed, ate breakfast, probably said bye, mom, kissed the mom. Mom say, "I see you when you get home from school," and never happened. And that's what just ripped me up. And waiting for that mom to get to the hospital. When I seen that mother, and how when she came, her last look at her daughter was when Had to pull that sheet back. That was it. She thought she was going to see her daughter when she come. She got a call, said come to the hospital. And I had this big knot in my throat. Hold, I was trying to hold them tears, and I couldn't do it. And one tear came, and that was it. I was no more good. Especially when I heard that mother's cry. And when she fell out on that floor, I was I was I was no good. I was no more good that day. Because I thought about my daughter was the same age. And I say, what is that woman going to do? She's going to go home. And her daughter's not going home with her. She's not going to be there. Cops probably get them. Yeah, you have to. Because even though some things don't bother me, like the very first thing that was traumatic to me was when there was some guys sitting around drinking and they was playing with their gun. He said he was cleaning it. I don't know what possessed him, but it blew off his face. And when the ambulance, they called 911. His friend did this before they took off running and left his apartment because it scared him because he had no face. The um, ambulance went to his apartment and it scared them. They almost took out running. They was bringing him to the hospital. And when I seen him, he wrote, I was like, the hell is that? He was sitting up. He was moving his hands and, so he was alert, but it was like an eye was hanging over here. The other one, I don't know where it was. No nose. Um, you seen some teeth just hanging, and that didn't bother me. I just went. But when it came to that mother, I couldn't do that. And with the young man in the shooting, I mean, we get trained. We get trained. You can't cry about everything. And that, um, because I watched that video, the full one that Quanney had on her community page, and I seen how patient those officers was with him. So much more patient than I would have been. And even though I understand that something he had to have some issue. I feel for the family, and he was such a young. He was a baby. He was 18. He was still young. He had all that life to live. But I have to be truthful and say you have to follow the instructions. You have to comply. You have to do as they instruct you to do. And like I told you, would I shoot one? Yeah, easily, because it's my life or theirs. I'm going home. That's the way it goes. Well, the difference. Oh, no. Yes. Yeah. People, they just think, and I'm not saying all police officers, because there are bad police officers we see. Okay. The one with Floyd, by no means do I agree with those cops. Mm-mm. But you have to deal with all people could commit suicide right in front of you. Like me, that affected me so, because I had a child at that age. Because I was thinking, what if that was me? What if my child went off to school and I thought that I would see her when I got off of work or when she came from school, and I get a call and say, "Come, you need to come to the hospital. The child got hit by a car." They didn't tell me that my child was already dead. And then I get to the hospital, and there she lay with a sheet over. Some things you may can put that face on in front of other people. Some things you just can't. And that was one thing I could not do. I tried. I tried. The name of Quanney's video. If you okay, if you go to a community page, what was the name of it? Wait a minute, I got it right here. Body cam officer involved. Uh, Body cam officer involved fatal shooting, traffic stop passenger. Yeah, watch it. It's it's by no means gory or any of that. You won't see any blood or nothing like that. You'll just hear the shots. That's it. But if you watch the whole video, you'll be able to understand. Hopefully, soon after the family bury the young man, and you know, whenever they can, hopefully they can watch it and maybe get some understanding or a better understanding, and maybe they can not want to continue to blame the police, because they will see for themselves. But still, you will have some um, you have some people or some family that, even though they'll see that, they'll say, well, if they hadn't stopped them, he would still be alive. That's their job. If you're driving and you're weaving from one lane to the next, that's their job, to stop. They made video and say, I'm really proud of this. No one has made a video on his actual belt. They made it about each other, but not about the belt in the bad life. Yeah, yeah. They had, and that's good. But with me, um, being in law enforcement, I try not to say much, but it's hard for me to hear people blame um, the police when I know, when I've seen the video and I know these officers did their best. And because I still bleed blue blood. Not for dirty cops. Don't get me wrong. I don't do dirty cops. For those that do the job the way they're supposed to, I I just can't let. All right, Only, thanks for coming by. All right, you have a good night. Yeah, I just didn't want those officers because they had so much patience, so much patience. Mm-mm. Let me see. I think did miss. Hey, Antonio Beasley, how you doing? Thank you for coming. Hey, Casey, I didn't see you tip in. Who on stereo? Oh, you on stereo, Lottie? Hey, Shirley Mack. I miss y'all. I was too busy talking. This was, it was yeah, it is. On it said the perspective of law enforcement is seldomly understood by civilians. Yeah, and they they just don't understand um, everything that police officers go through, the training. And like I said, I don't very seldom, I must say, never have I ever agreed with anything Quanney had to say. But the video that I seen it today. I don't know if she made it yesterday or maybe the day before yesterday. I haven't been online um, in a day or so. But she was saying that police officers, their job is not to shoot to wound. Um, she called us paid assassins. Now, I don't really want to claim that to be a paid assassin. Um, no, I think that's going a little too far. I don't want to. I don't want to claim being a paid assassin. Mm-hmm. Good night. I don't want to be take that title. I don't love you too. I don't want to claim that title. Being um, now, I will say we are not trained to wound, and I leave it like that. Okay, so know that if I have to shoot you, I'm not shoot you to wound you. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot you where it's gonna matter. I'm gonna shoot you where you can't shoot back at me, or you can't take me from my family. So I don't watch kids. I stopped watching the she's not my cup of tea. Stuff that she says um, and call black women. But when it came to the uh, when it came to the police, I didn't want to really watch it because I yeah I'm not trying to bash that family And the way that Quanney says thing, it's kind of sound harsh, the way that she talked to the stuff that she said about the family. And I'm not. That's not me. That's not me. When I have grandchildren, they're sweet. Oh, my grandson. Yeah, he'll be back in here probably 4 or 5 more times. Like I forgot that he said it the first time. But yeah, but yeah, maybe. And they would didn't they do the Black Lives Matter protest? And like I said, I understand. I understand that. That Hey, Antonio, I understand all that because I don't know how Jacksonville, Florida's law enforcement is. I don't know if they're racist or anything like that. But you know, this lately, because of how black and brown people have been victimized by the police, I understand. Um, but I wish they somehow, some way, find out. I mean, get to the point that they can um, want to look at the video and know what really happened, and maybe it'll help them along the way or in the future. See, mm, yeah. So I guess I could say to Quani, I guess I appreciated her video, so I was able to go and so I could go to her community page and watch the that officer's body cam, the complete one, because I didn't know. Um, are you dropping me? Um, yeah, I'll drop it and see you. What was I saying? What's wrong, Mercy Johnson? Say fingers crossed. I feel like I won already because I'm nominated. I know. I'm gonna have to not remind me when the voting, because I'll forget. Um, so I can make sure I vote because it says 6 o'clock in the morning. So uh, remind me so I won't miss it. Content awards list. Yeah, sure did. I'm going to get on there and vote. Who is this? Where's Lovely? Nigeria. Oh, okay. Hello, Mercy. Nigeria. Long way. Did this person change their mind? I sure hope they don't come on here and put. Did they get the link? Yeah, to see how I can work as April. Someone pop up. Yeah, I seen as April and you and Pizarro. I guess I guess they changed their mind. They didn't get the link. Did anybody want to grab the link and have something to say about it? I forgot about it. I didn't think about it. There's a link in case. Let me see if I missed any comments. Love like you still here? B Town, you still here? What happened to you, B Town? Much what you been up to? Cassandra, you up there in the clouds? Yeah, that was that. I really hated that that family didn't get help that help they from a victim's compensation, but they were definitely um, renege on help paying if it was self inflicted. Oh, Lovely may be watching the video. Um, I'll make sure I didn't miss anybody comments or anybody questions or anything. Hey, when I go back and I miss somebody's question. Yeah. Last night and folks judging the family, Sarah and parenting. I was pissed. Oh, oh, they showed up. Where was they doing it at? In somebody else's live or something? Nadia, you say last night you heard folks judging the family and and parenting of B-Town, my son, my daughter and son attitude too. Speak on this board last week in such a messed up way. No professional level. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nadia. Yeah, people don't like cops, so I have to. You can't really go on nobody else's platform and you know comment. Some some of these people, no, mm, you can't expect. I don't care who it is. How even for me, how I explain and talk to my daughter or nieces, nephews, whatever, uh, and what to do, what not to do with the police. Um, you can tell them till they blue in the face. If they choose to do something different, that's not on you, and nobody can judge. And, nobody should judge their mother. I don't judge her. That's what he did is not on her because I don't think she don't understand. It probably would have been easier for her to blame the police. But when you can't blame the police, who are you going to?
Hey, Decop. Can you hear me? Uh, Decop, can you hear me? I think my internet may not be working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm pretty good. How are you?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
I
think
can hear you.
I think there's a
Uh-huh.
delay.
Can you hear
There's a
me?
delay. Yeah, there is. 1 second. Let's see. 1 second. There's a delay here.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. So, what do you have to say? Uh,
Is there still a delay?
say
Can
about
you hear?
the topic. I
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay. Good. All
Yeah.
right. So
Let's see. Let me see. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
yeah. So I don't want to speak on that family in particular, but when Kwani did her
Mm-hmm.
video last night or yesterday, I'm not sure when it was, um, I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't sure about the angle she was going with it. And then I went back and looked at the video, and I looked at it a couple of times as she
Mm-hmm.
was doing her live. And then I understood exactly what she was saying. Because if you
Uh-huh.
put your feet in those police officers' shoes, you are going to react to hearing
Yeah.
bullets. Now, of course, we know they overreacted. They misused their
Mm-hmm.
power. There was no, they should not have had that many bullets shot, and they could have done other things to, maybe shoot him in the arm or something. But when I looked at that video, those police officers pleaded with that young man to come out the car, and he didn't know the protocol, or he ignored the protocol. When a police officer asks you to get out the car, you should get out the car. There were witnesses there. The police officers were being recorded with the body cam. I could see if he was by himself, but he had people there, and I just don't understand why he couldn't just get out the car, or why he didn't get out the car, because that would have saved his
Mm-hmm.
life. Now, yes, the cops overreacted, and I'm looking at the video. It's it makes me get upset when I see it, because those cops, they would not have done that if that was a white boy. I know they wouldn't have done that. But because he was brown like me and you, they didn't see him as a person. Now,
Mm-hmm.
yes, I think they could have, of course, if they hear shots, they're gonna shoot. But I just felt like they shouldn't have. There could have been another way to deal with this. But that young man also has to take responsibility too. And I feel like, either he didn't know, or he just ignored the protocol. But with my children, well, they're grown now, but when they were younger, I told them, if police stop you, unless it's something very strange, but if they ask you to get out to check the car or do a breathalyzer, just get out the car and do it, and let me handle it later. That young man, he didn't follow protocol, and he should have known to get out that car. He was 18 years old, and I don't know if he had a gun in the car or not,
Yeah.
but I did look at the video. I didn't see him shoot anything. I didn't see that. And now other people said they saw it, but I didn't see that.
Now, the first video that I seen, I did see him. I seen him lean down. He put his head between his legs, and you could see he pulled the trigger, and he did that, which means he shot himself. It wasn't from the officers. You could see it. If I don't know, I don't know where that other video was that I seen.
Yeah,
You
I heard
could
there's more than one
you
video. I heard that.
maybe
Yeah.
yeah, it was that first one. You could see him. You seen him put his head between his legs, and he pulled the trigger. Um, Now I can't agree with you on the overkill. What everybody say, overkill of the bullets, of the shots. I can't agree with it because, as I said, being a police officer, I know for a fact that there was 4 police officers. That's about 10 shots each. That's not a lot of shots when you got someone in a car, and all you heard a shot. First thing you're gonna do is back and start shooting. And and what you're taught is you shoot until the threat is gone.
Yes.
And if that means you shoot 50 times, then you shoot 50 times. But we know they probably had they probably had 16 shots in just on one magazine, because I'm down very seriously. They reloaded. Okay. So they didn't have to reload
No.
because they got 16 shots in one magazine. 4 officers, they did 35 shots. That's not overkill. 10 shots each officer, that's not overkill. It may sound like it to a civilian person. Collectively, it probably sound like it to a civilian person. You think 35? That's a lot of shot. But hey, you want to make sure, and you have to think about adrenaline. Your adrenaline is pumping because the only thing you're thinking about is that uh you don't want to be shot,
Exactly. Yeah. Hmm.
and you gonna shoot until you hear that person's gun no longer shooting bullets.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
again,
you know.
I didn't see the other video. So, but if there was a gun there, definitely
All
you want
right,
to
Ben
protect
Speaker.
yourself.
Good night. Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
And my brother's
yeah.
well, he's a retired military
It's
person, and I asked him, I was like, we was talking about the case a little
mhm,
bit, and he's like you. He was like, well, he didn't get out the car, and they heard the bullets, they heard the shooting, and so he was like, the police officers were following protocol, and the police officers, they actually, when I was looking at the video, they were politely asking him to get out the car for quite some time. I just don't understand like
mhm,
what he was thinking, that young
yeah,
man.
definitely.
It frustrates me because his whole life is he's gone, his life is
Yeah,
gone now, and it didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way.
18. He had He had so much life to live, and and that's what I was doing. I was sitting here going, thinking, what is why? Why wouldn't you? What was the problem? I mean, the other two guys got out. You seen if you was afraid that they was going to abuse you, shoot you, you say got out and everything was okay. Why why were you so defiant?
And he was actually
And no one
he was giving his last wishes. He was telling, his friends to tell my mother I love her, he was giving these wishes about tell people that he
mhm,
loved them and saying he was going to die. And it was like, what are you talking about? I didn't see any threat to him, actually. I didn't see
mhm,
any threat,
yeah.
you know.
And that's what so puzzling was. I didn't get why did you feel that it was that necessary to take your life over what? Over what? A traffic stop? Marijuana? Even a gun? If you would have just gotten out the car, if they would have found the gun under your seat, yes. If you're 18, you wouldn't have a concealed handgun license at 18. You would have. I don't know how Florida's gun laws are, but you will still be alive. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I don't understand why it was like he had a death. He knew he was going to take his life. Why would you say, tell mom I love her, tell my sisters and my brother? And
I'm gonna tell
even
you,
the police was like,
yeah,
what?
I'm,
You
I'm
don't
gonna
care.
tell you
You don't
what it
need to
looked
do
like to
that.
me. It
You
looked like he
do
was
the exact.
hallucinating. It looked like he was hallucinating, and he was not really in his right mind. He was smoking a cigarette. I'm not sure if alcohol or marijuana was involved. I heard it was, but it seems to me like he was in a different state of mind, and he really wasn't in control. He was
But
hallucinating.
he was smoking cigarettes.
He was smoking. I saw him smoke a cigarette. Yeah, he was smoking a cigarette. I saw him light it up
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Mhm. But I mean, cigarettes don't make you. I mean, I don't. A cigarette is not going to make you behave like that. But I'm thinking
No,
maybe there was something else involved. Because in Quanney's video, she said that I remember her saying something about
unless he
marijuana,
was,
possibly. And I know marijuana
unless
will.
yeah, you'll get some people get paranoid.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
whenever you do drugs, it makes you make poor decisions. You're not totally
Oh
in
yeah.
control.
Oh yeah.
It's like being behind a car driving and you're not
Hmm.
in your right mind. You're gonna make poor decisions and have accidents. I just,
Yeah.
the young man is
Yeah.
gone and my heart goes out to the family. And this really isn't about them per se, or even about, Devon. It's about us as a people. You know, we need to learn from this, young people, because when you get stopped by the police, you're supposed to listen and, of course, follow directions, unless they're asking you to do something,
Yeah. Yeah.
outrageous. I don't see what the big deal of getting out the car, and letting them search the car. Even if you get arrested, not a big deal. You
Hmm.
go to jail. Go to the jail. They book you, whatever, and then you can sort it out the next day or whenever. You don't need to try to handle everything right then and there. You may be right, but I don't think the police officers asked them to do
Yeah.
anything, you know, outrageous.
No, and they did. Yeah, and they
In
didn't.
fact,
That's why it did make.
we know where I'm from, police officers aren't that kind. I mean, it would have been a whole different story where I'm from. Um, I won't say
Uh,
online where I'm from, but
yeah.
I mean, it
Hmm.
would have been a different
Hmm.
story. It would have been a lot quicker than that. He would have probably, they wouldn't have. The police officers would have been a little bit more forceful. I can just say that. You know, it wouldn't have been a 20
Yeah,
minute.
I
It wouldn't
did.
have been a
That's
20-minute dialogue. It would have been a
no.
more like a 3-minute dialogue.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that they were very patient with basically just begging him they over and over to the point when I was watching the video, I was just frustrated. I was like, "Are you kidding me? How much longer or is this going to take? Are you going to be this patient with him?" You know, but they were very patient with him.
Decop, when I
So
looked at the video, I was livid.
mhm,
The young man was making me very upset because
I was too.
it was like, what are you
I was
doing?
yelling at my computer.
You know, the other people got out the
I
car. You
was like,
know, the first guy got out the car. You
mhm,
know, and he was the driver. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the other one, he was a passenger. He wasn't driving. Even if he was smoking marijuana or drinking
mhm,
alcohol, he was a passenger. He had nothing to
yeah,
lose in the situation. It just
mhm.
wasn't warranted.
And
It
then the
made no
guy,
sense.
no, it wasn't. It was really crazy. And I know um, those cops was probably going like, what is wrong with this guy? You know, this is crazy for us to be here this long begging him to just show us your other hand and get out the car. And I was sitting here watching it. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? You are asking to be shot by the police by not complying, by doing this. I don't know if any other cops, because I'm just saying, and I'm just being truthful. I would not have had that much patience with him. I would not have. I didn't even watching the video. And that's why when I seen the chief, because I had asked in one of the videos when I think when the family was in Brianna's chat, I asked, um, so is the even though I knew, but I asked, I said, so is the police department taking responsibility? But they wouldn't answer the question. But I already knew the answer anyway, because I had seen the video and I knew they wasn't responsible because he it was a self-inflicted wound. So um, there was no responsibility for them to take.
Well,
Mm-mm.
you know, I think you have to see the
But
video to really come to that conclusion because, like I said at first, I had seen another video that it wasn't the full video that Kwani has on her community page, and so I had already
mhm,
formulated an opinion that was flawed because I didn't see the whole story, and I'm sure there's more videos out there, and I will try to look at them, but I when I saw the full video, it made me see things a lot different. And that's why it's important for like when we start looking at these videos and we want to start reacting to these cases, we need to see the full story, the full picture. Because
yeah,
once you see the video, you formulate a different opinion. You start to see
mhm,
things a little differently. Now, like I said, I don't think that those police officers did the right thing. I think that they should be fired. That's just my opinion, and I know you have yours. My brother also feels that like the police officers were did what
mhm.
they should have done, but for me, I felt like mm, I don't know, and because again, I didn't see the gun. I need to probably look at the video you were talking about, but I didn't see the gun. I didn't see it. I saw him bending down. I didn't see any artillery. I just didn't see it. So I'll take a look at that. But I just feel like we as parents
Did,
and as adults, we need to let
did
these
you
young people know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
did you say you'd seen the video that Quaney had on her community page?
I did, but I didn't see a gun. I didn't see the young man have a gun in his hand. I didn't see that
At the
or a rifle.
at the end of at the end of the video, did you see that gun
I didn't
that
see
they
it.
showed?
I did not see it at the
Oh,
end. I need to go back and look at it
you
and double check
watch it
because
again because
everyone's telling me they saw a gun and I didn't see it.
yeah, they showed the gun that he had up on his seat.
Okay.
Hmm. They showed it.
Now, did they show the
Yeah.
gun? Was the gun? Did they pull the gun out or did they show him with the gun in his hand?
on the video.
Yeah, was the gun in his hand or was the gun underneath the chair somewhere?
Okay, the gun was on his seat.
Oh, and see,
Okay.
okay, okay.
Now, on the video, on the video, they will at the after the chief speaks and the coroner, um, because they got a little part there where the coroner tells you that it was a self-inflicted wound. They show the gun. They have a little part there that tell you that the gun. This is the gun that was under his seat, and they showed the gun. So yeah.
Decop, but did they show the young man with the gun in his hand or on his chair when he was in the chair?
No. They don't. In the video, they don't show any
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
photos
didn't
or
see that.
any
I didn't.
videos
That's what.
like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't see him with a gun. For me, I need to see it to believe it. You know, you can't show me something
Mm,
after the
you,
fact because I also have had violence in my family, and when it was in the
mm,
news, they told completely different stories than what really happened. So I need to see it. I needed to see him with a gun in his hand or on a chair. I didn't see
mhm.
that. I now in terms of after the fact, I
Oh
don't
yeah.
even look at that. That's neither here nor there. Not
Well,
saying they're lying. It's just
if
that
you
I,
can,
you know,
mhm. Yeah, just understand. But if you, I don't know if you see that video that I seen, and that was the first one, which on that video they didn't show the traffic stop. The very first one that I seen, it I guess it was cut off or something.
mhm.
They didn't show the actual traffic stop itself. That's why I didn't know why they were stopped. But that video is the one that shows the angle where you see him put his head between his legs, and then he do that, and you hear the shot, and he do that.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm. Well, you know, moving forward, you know, again, my condolences to the family, but moving forward, you know, it doesn't matter what race you are. It does
Hmm.
matter, but in the grand scheme of things, when a police officer asks you to stop, you have to, you know, you need to, well, get out the car. You should just get out, unless you're hiding something. And I feel like
Yeah.
most young people know to follow basic directions. You know, this is not a normal
Hmm.
reaction of a young man. It's not normal. You know, I've been a young man before. I have children that were young before. This is not a normal response from someone in their right mind because again, it wasn't warranted. And I think, you know, like I said, it's a good lesson for me to not formulate opinions without seeing, the full video because then it's
Yeah.
just conjecture. You know, you're just making it. You know, these opinions. Oh, they killed him. Now they did murder him. I'm not gonna lie, they did. I mean, they shot him, but was it warranted? You know, I still don't think it was warranted. I felt like it was like everybody says
But they
overkill.
didn't murder him.
But
But they didn't murder him. They didn't murder him.
who murdered him then? You saying it's suicide?
Yes, he killed himself.
I didn't see that though. I didn't see him kill himself. I didn't see that. I didn't see him. That's what I'm saying. Like when I look at the videos, and I'm actually looking at videos now while we're speaking, and I see the gun
Hmm.
that they're showing us, but again, I didn't see that in the video. I didn't see him shoot himself, but what I did see is I saw the cop shoot him. That's what I saw. You know, like I said, maybe he
Which
did shoot himself. I guess the when they do the report, the autopsy, it'll
autopsy,
show. But you
the
know,
autopsy will tell too, because there's going to be two different kinds of bullets. The one he used in the gun, and the one the police officers used for the department. And the autopsy will tell which bullet.
yeah.
Hmm.
But I have a feeling,
So
irregardless of the autopsy, I have a feeling that the case is not going to go anywhere because the young man really, he, he kind of instigated the situation. He heightened it. It didn't have to be this
yep,
way. And it's unfortunate now, like he won't even really get a
yeah,
fair, he's not going to really get a fair, quote unquote trial because, you know, he's wrong. He's wrong from the very beginning. And people aren't going to look past that. Everybody's going to say, "Oh,
yeah.
he committed suicide," or it's his fault. But even if he didn't shoot himself, unfortunately, he's really going to be already prejudged. And I've heard a lot of people,
Yeah,
without. I feel like we really don't even have all the information. We saw those videos, but you know, maybe like just like this video changed my mind about him. Maybe another video will change our mind about him. Or what about the situation. So when more videos
well, it's
surface, when more information come out, we'll see when the autopsy comes out, the report comes out, we'll know what's going on. But it's just unfortunate,
it has
young
already came
people.
out.
What's that?
The autopsy, uh, the autopsy, all that's been done. See, I didn't know. From I was like waiting, thinking that the family would say something that because they say they say they were getting a second independent
Yes,
autopsy.
yes, that's the autopsy I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And so I'm thinking, okay, they're getting a second autopsy, independent autopsy report. Okay. Which I don't think is going to change anything because I
Probably not.
seen what I seen,
Hmm.
and you know, I seen him pull the trigger.
And
But
Decop, this is your field. This is your profession. I don't work in the law enforcement, so you know you would know better. Like, so my
mhm,
brother, he's a retired military person, and
yeah, yeah,
he even said the same thing you're saying.
mhm,
So I mean, it's just that
mhm.
I just feel like we can't change what happened with that young man, but moving
Oh,
forward, parents really need to teach their children, just basic protocol when they get stopped by the police, because police officers, they're
yes,
trained to kill. They're trained to
yep,
kill.
yep,
So mm,
yeah, because it ain't no wounding. It ain't no wounding. Oh, okay. Nadia said they want to know which bullet killed him. Okay, okay. And that's what I was just saying. The autopsy, the coroner is going to be able to tell you which bullet killed him, and uh, the one that the autopsy that's already been done.
mhm.
So, but they want their own to say it. But yeah, yeah, and they do. People need to teach the young kids. Just kids that's just not starting to drive, or them that's young and hanging out with their friends, like these three guys.
Mhm.
Um, what to do? How to comply? Instructions. All that mouthing. Don't. I mean, yeah, you may be grown. You may think you're grown. I'm 57 years old. I'm not gonna be doing all that mouthing. Not until I can get to my to uh badge. Stop. But no, don't do all that mouth.
Yeah.
Don't be doing all that mouthing. Even me, I got pulled over by a cops one night. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm leaving the club or a party or something. Not now, but I was younger, and and I was flying because I stayed out too long and I had to get up and go to work in a couple of hours. And I was dropping somebody off and then I had to go home. I was thinking about trying to get some sleep. I was going 95. I got pulled over by the police. And what did I do? I turned my inside light on. I put my hand on my steering wheel and I left him there. Okay, until the cop came. I got up there. I don't need no excuse to accidentally shoot me before I get to my badge to let you know I'm police. So you need to do the same thing. Be still, all that moving around, and then follow instructions, whether you like it or not. Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
and again, like, I mean, I think we all have had those
And they really
experiences.
help.
I know I certainly have, but I think a lot of what happened that night was the young man was not coherent. He was maybe intoxicated. I don't want to say anything because it's not. I don't. This is conjecture. You know what I'm saying? But based on what I saw, he was not in his
Mhm.
right mind. There was something going on, something else. What that is, I don't know. However, I can tell you right
Yeah.
now, they say well when people well I'm not gonna say that, but when people are intoxicated, they oftentimes tell the truth of what they really feel. So there's something in him that made him think, oh, I'm going to die. This he had some experience. Now I'm sure with the news and everything, it makes him frightened to be stopped by the police. I think we all experience, especially being black. But I just did not see anything to make him feel like these officers was going to actually hurt him, other than them being white. You know what I'm saying? And they had guns on them. I just didn't see that, and that's what makes me question, like, what was going on before they were stopped. What were they doing? And people always say, well, I cannot stand when I hear news and people say, well, what did he do? Why did he get shot? He must have did something to make the police officer shoot him. And I don't want to sound like that kind of person, but at the same time, I have to be honest. Like, based on what he was saying, it was like, but dude, like, they're just asking you to get out the car. They're not trying to, like, arrest you yet.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
I don't know,
Yeah.
Decop. What do you think that there was something going on prior? Do you think he was may had some, like, some
I,
influences?
now the officers did say when they walked up to the car that they smelled marijuana, so they were smoking marijuana. Okay, so that was a factor in um, them questioning it because they smelled marijuana. I I don't know if, because marijuana do make some people paranoid. So I was thinking maybe that the guy, the young guy, maybe got paranoid. Uh, he was either paranoid or he was going through some issues by being stopped by the police. I I, I don't understand to the extent of committing suicide. I don't understand going that far. But who knows what was going on in his head?
Yeah, because he wasn't the driver. He was the passenger. So there was no. I mean,
Yeah.
and now marijuana is not legal. What is it? Recreational marijuana is not legal in Florida, but medical
Oh,
marijuana is. So maybe he didn't want to get arrested or something like that, or maybe he was afraid he was going to be put in jail and have to stay.
for that
Not
gun,
sure for the gun, or
the
maybe
gun.
maybe the gun wasn't his. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
If it's under his seat, it's
Yeah. See, you know the law. See,
mm-hmm.
okay. So thanks for
Yeah,
clarifying that. Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah.
The only way he would not be charged for if the driver or the guy in the back seat would say, "No, it's not his line."
But see, I'm a licensed
That's the
carrier,
only
and
way.
I, I mean, I'm a licensed carrier, right? So if I was to get stopped by the police and my gun is in the car, they won't do anything with me. They just ask for my license, where I live
Yeah.
at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure if he's licensed or not. I'm not sure how that, if I
Eight,
don't know if you have to be licensed in
eight,
Florida.
18, 18, you can't get a license at 18
Well, some states you don't need a license,
until to carry a
what is
license.
okay, yeah.
Who, what state you don't need license?
What state is that? New Mexico. You don't need a license there. You can get a gun without a license there. In fact,
Oh, New
um,
Mexico.
yeah, New Mexico. I believe Arizona too. Yeah, you don't need a license. Mhm.
Yeah, well,
You
I
can go. You can
know
go. You can go
Florida.
into. You can go into a gun shop in the in what was it New Mexico and Arizona. I believe Texas too, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But in Arizona, you can just go into a gun shop and buy a gun the same day without a license. Just show ID and that's it. You know. Yeah.
Well, uh, Texas, no, you can't go and buy a gun
Okay. Okay.
and walk out with it. You got to, they do a 3-day hold. If you're crazy, if you're a felon, so they run background checks, um,
Yeah.
and they find out if you're a felon or if you crazy.
Yeah. Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah. And I didn't think
yeah,
I 18 years old. He
but
probably shouldn't need
yeah,
it. He 18 year olds. He probably didn't need a gun to begin with. To be
no,
honest with you, but
no, absolutely, and that probably was one reason he probably was, because he knew he had that gun up under the seat, um, but it wasn't that serious, that serious to
yeah.
do that, to do all that. If
I
he
mean,
did, who did? Never seen him bring the gun up. He didn't have to bring it up to shoot himself. Yeah, he didn't have to bring it up. All he had to do was, because he bent down. If you seen the first video, you seen him bend down. He stuck his head between his legs, and you heard the shot. Let's see. I believe they were high, and the driver, aka his older brother, was under arrest for not complying with the officer. Now they were. I don't think they was going to arrest him for not complying. They, if he got arrested, it probably was going to be uh, smoking smoking marijuana while driving, and being impaired and driving. Because the reason that they stopped him, the officers said they were, um, I think they was either what was it, changing lanes or weaving from lane to lane or something
lane
like
to
that.
lane with the
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, but there was
Someone
the probable cause for them to stop them. Plus, they were a task force, and they were trying to curtail the crime in that area. And then that back window was broken out, as if maybe possibly the vehicle may have been stolen. They, all that they could look at. Cup, I thought about your crazy blind man story. Yeah, I do too. I thought about that the other day. But to have glassy
so
eyes, that's
someone
something.
asked if I live in
The
someone asked if I live in New Mexico. No, I do not live in New Mexico.
the glassy eyes, yeah, from smoking marijuana. And like I said, even the officer said it, when they walked up, they smelled the marijuana.
Yeah, and that stuff
So
stinks too.
yeah,
You know marijuana, you smell it because
yeah.
and you know what's crazy is that
Mm,
I don't do marijuana, but I know the marijuana today smells very different from what it smelled back in the 80s and the 70s. It
back in
smells
the day.
completely different. I don't know what I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know what they're
yeah,
smoking nowadays.
yeah. It's loud. And they don't realize You know, you got three guys in the car and all of them smoking marijuana and they got the windows up or one window down and three of them up. You still got all that marijuana in there. As soon as officer walks up and you roll your, it hits you in the face. I don't care how long you think it's been since y'all last smoked. You can smell it. It's in your seats, the seats of your car. It comes off your breath, you know.
And it's in your
And all
brain.
they had to do is just say, yeah, yes. It make you think, and I was thinking maybe with him, some people get paranoid when they smoke marijuana, and maybe he he was thinking other things, what could have gonna happen, you know, all this other stuff that may have been clouding his mind that made him refuse to comply and get out the car. Now, the kids will smoke sheetrock if you let them. Yeah, yeah,
Sheetrock, wow. I've heard
yeah.
people smoking. I've heard people inhaling. What is that? Spray paint. I'm like, well, spray paint.
Uh, yeah, they do. It goes straight to your brain and just. I was like, you can't be that desperate, can you? Spray paint? They sure will.
I mean,
Go straight to your brain. And that's what they
wouldn't that
like.
like burn a hole through your nose? I mean, I don't
Yeah,
get
that
it.
stuff is strong. I mean, go straight to your brain when they be snorting paint. You can't tell them, but they don't care. They just want that high. You be like, that stuff is gonna kill you. I'm gonna play me some. Mid bass. uh, yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
you know,
So
The
I
Quanney
think.
video really was it was enlightening, you know, just to hear her take on it because she had a
It
very different
was.
opinion than anyone I've seen on YouTube overall. I mean, not just in the niche of what we're in, but in terms
Mhm.
of all videos I've seen, her take on it was very different, and the evidence that she had that backed up her discourse, her argument, it made so much sense. But when you go back and you look at the video, and don't look at it once, take your time, look at it, you know, more than once, and just put yourself in the shoes of those
Mhm.
police officers, and not only the police
Mhm.
officers, but and put your feet in the shoes of those police officers' families, because again, if there was a gun and there's shots are fired, you know, someone's going to get shot. Basically, you know, if someone's shooting, someone's going to get shot, and I think everybody wants to protect
Yeah.
themselves. And so I
Yeah.
thought that the
Yeah.
video she did, it was like, whoa, she's taking this whole YouTube to the next level because she's actually using critical thought. You know what I'm saying? She's looking at this from a different angle because it's so easy to say, oh, you know, they murdered another black man, you know, or another black boy, you know, and it's so easy to
Mhm.
just get emotional and tied up into this and like I said, use conjecture to you know to make your point. But she was looking at it from more of an objective point of view, and that's what I like about Kwani overall. Anyway, I love her commentary because she's never like looking at she never she never do her videos based on getting along with others or based on, you know, following the herd and thinking like everyone else. She's looking at it from more of a objective point of view and trying to figure out what really is going on and putting her feet in everybody's shoes, not just the boys, but in the shoes of the police officers, you know, looking at it in terms of lawyers, judges, because she covered all that in her video. She said that no one would touch this case because of the way the young man
Yeah.
acted and what he did and his, you know, his not being cooperative, you know. So
Mhm. And I must say, I I had stopped watching Quaney's videos, and then I seen this one that said something about research, doing your research or something. So I was like, let me see what she's talking about. And then when she got into it, and she was saying about the um, video, the body cam of the officer, and it had to be usually the body cam of the officers that's doing giving the commands, which was the one that was doing the most talking, that was pleading with him to get out. And she said it was like 20 some minutes, and it was the full one. And I knew I hadn't seen the full one, so I was like, okay, I listened a little bit more to her video when Terry P came up, and Terry P, I was like, Terry P, get off of there, talking about shooting what you say, plastic bullets and tasing the guy. Well, they could have did more. They could have shot him with rubber bullets, and they could have tased him. And I was like, if you don't get off of that panel with that, no, ma'am, that don't work. Okay. You cannot tase people in every situation. First of all, he's sitting in the car, right? And to use rubber bullets, uh, police don't drive around with rubber bullets.
Well, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to switch bullets in between a situation.
No.
It's But I heard someone say something ridiculous. Someone said, "Well, they should have tranquilized it." I'm like, "Well, how's that going to work? It takes time for that. People just
they only do that to zoo animals.
Yeah,
tranquilize. They don't do that to human beings.
Yeah. Like I said, when I look at the title now, I look at all of Quanney's videos. I just don't get to see them when she's doing them live because I only come online on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I work Monday through Friday. I work a lot of hours, and I have a second job as well at night. So I only really come on like on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. It's late now, but I only come on the weekends. But I do watch all her videos. I catch them sometimes on a replay. But her title is that research. But I gotta tell you, I heard you say you don't look at her videos. Yeah. You stop looking at her videos. You should come back to look at more videos because she be speaking knowledge. I mean, sometimes you may not agree with what she's saying. She can be a little harsh sometimes, but I feel like sometimes you can't just listen to the tone of a voice. You need to listen to what they're saying in the message. And the message in her last video was to do your research. She wasn't telling us what to think. She was telling us to think, and that's what I love about her commentary. She's not telling you to agree with her. She's saying, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, now that video, like I said, when I see the title there, I was like, okay, let me see what she's talking about. And when I seen what she was talking about, then I started watching it and I was listening to her. And I mean, I was like, okay, she's smart because she's knowing what I already know, what I've already said in my first video, because I put a first video out already when I first seen the partial video, and I told them everything in a perspective of law enforcement, what would happen, what that the officers did what they were supposed to. The 35 shots is not an overkill, and all that. But when I listened to Quanney, I was like, okay, so she did do her research because she sounded. I mean, and evidently, I'm glad I did watch it because I wouldn't have known where to go and see that complete video. So I would know why they got stopped and everything that happened during the traffic stop and what led up to the whole thing, to his self-inflicted gun wound.
Same here because yeah, same here.
So she was right.
Yeah, when she was doing her commentary, her live, she kept saying, "Go back and look at the video." She kept saying that over and over again. And of course, I'm sitting there laying down and listening to her. I was like, man, I got to get up and look at this video. So I got up, I turned because I was listening to her on my phone. I got up, I turned the computer on, and I looked at the video, and I made it big so I can see. And
Mhm.
again, I had seen one video. It was a short video. It was like on the news. It was real. It was like not much. And so they didn't really give a more. They didn't give an accurate depiction of what was going on. They just showed him getting killed, and that was pretty much it. They didn't show the dialogue, the interaction prior to him being shot. They didn't show all of that, and it was a long video, about 20 minutes. And so when I had before I even saw Quanney video, I was like, man, they killed another black man. I didn't really look at those videos, and when she said look at the videos, I went back and look at it on her community tab, and that's when I was like, okay, so I see what she's
Mhm.
talking about now. you know. But it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the young man because he was so young. He didn't know. He wasn't. I want to be careful what I say. He just didn't know. He didn't get the message, because if he had the message, he would have gotten out
Yeah.
that car. For my children when they were young, I was. This is before. Well, there was internet, but it wasn't YouTube when they were young. But I used to always it wasn't even about the police. It was even like when you're in a car and or with people in the streets and someone's, yelling at you, just try to avoid it, just try to avoid, you know, you know, having that confrontation with someone. Just, try to, de-escalate, as a regular person. So, because, even if the cops were gang members, sometimes you don't need to go back and forth, just walk away, and in terms of the police officer,
Yeah.
you would get out the car, and you can, if you want to fight the police, you fight them after what goes down at that night. You fight them through lawyers and your family and your community members. You don't try to fight them by yourself, because these guys have
Yeah.
guns. He had a gun,
Ain't
but
no win. No
he
win.
was just one man. And I just feel like he just didn't really get the message. And a lot of young men, a lot of young black men, they don't know that they don't know how to conduct themselves in these type of situations. They really don't. Even when I was a young person,
Right.
I didn't know either. I didn't have anyone to teach me anything growing up, so I didn't know. Well, my brothers taught me. My brother taught me. He explained to me what to do. But a lot of young people don't have that. I was lucky to have my brother. A lot of people don't have family members that care enough to tell them, "Hey, if this happened." Matter of fact,
Mhm.
a lot of our people don't even have families that explain them why they shouldn't be doing drugs. And if you're going to do it, you do it in your home. You do it in your house. You don't go out into public, because
Yeah.
again, drugs, it alters your thinking.
Driving
It makes you
around.
make poor decisions. Not just driving around, just being out in public. It doesn't matter. If you're under any substance, you should not be out in public with friends or anyone else, because again, you're making poor decisions. Now, if you're at home and you're with your family members, or even people that
Mhm.
love you, and they're gonna people that's older than you, they're gonna make sure that you don't do anything that's gonna hurt yourself. But when you go out into
Yeah.
the world, into the public, into the streets, no one's gonna tell you, hey, you're doing something wrong. Chill, man. And that's the issue with him. Like, he was with his friends, they all about the same age. They're not gonna tell him, hey man, chill. They may say it, but he's not gonna listen to them. He didn't get the
Mhm.
message. And he didn't understand that these police officers, and not just police officers, people in general, you could be driving your car and you can bump your horn and somebody will turn around and shoot you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
people don't understand, like, people aren't playing with you. And
Mhm.
that's something that I'm really concerned about with our people. We don't really understand that. And I want to, and I know, and I know how you feel, D Cop, but I have to be honest with you. Again, if this
Mhm.
was a white man, I don't think he would have been killed. I really don't. If he was a white boy, 18-year-old boy, I don't think he would have been shot and killed. I really don't. I'm not saying white people don't get killed, but based on what I've seen with Caucasians, they get
But
totally different treatment. They get more allowances. Now, I know you may disagree because this is your field, but I'm speaking from,
no, no,
you
no.
know, being
I
a
agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on some of that. What I don't agree with you is because you see it one way. You still see that the police killed him. So, and the police didn't kill him. And
okay.
see, and see those two things. Those would you feel it, whoever feels that the police killed him just because you didn't see the gun and you didn't see him pull the trigger on himself, it's still he killed himself. So the police didn't kill him.
Okay.
But I know,
Again,
but I know,
I hear what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying. Like I said, I don't know that he killed himself. I'm just saying because see, I've already been through this in my own personal life, where the news will turn the story all the way around, and so I can't. I got to be honest, and I got to be true to myself. I don't know that he killed himself. I don't know. I guess the autopsy will show, but I don't know that. I don't know what I know. I know what I saw in the video. I know he shit got his ass out that car. I know that he should have got out that car and he should have followed instruction. That's what I know. I know that he could have been
yep.
alive if he had followed directions. I know he had no business out there smoking weed in that car. I know he shouldn't have been, having a gun in that car. I know a lot of things, but I don't know that he killed himself. And I got to be honest with that. Now, do I think that he could have killed himself? Sure.
When are you going?
Yeah.
When are you going to? When are you going to believe that it was self-inflicted?
Oh, Deacon.
You have to wait. Do you have to wait on the independent uh autopsy also?
No, because I don't believe autopsy is either independent. I no, I don't. Like I said, I've been through this in my life. I don't know, and I'm never going to know because I'm not going to research it. That's for the family to decide to do. I don't know. I don't. Like I said, when I looked at Quanney video, my whole opinion changed. Maybe another video come around where I'm going to see something different. I just don't know. Again, I'm not going to invest in it. I'm not going to invest in this. But I think that like I said, I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with you.
You
I'm just
gonna
saying I don't
you
know. I don't have all
keep
the evidence. I don't have all the evidence. And
you gonna keep,
huh?
you gonna keep accusing my brothers of killing him.
Well, I saw the cops pull the guns. I saw the cops pull the trigger. I didn't see him pull the trigger. I'm not disagreeing. I just don't know. I don't know, and I don't really care to know, honestly. I really don't. What I do know is I saw that he didn't get out the car. I saw that he was saying, tell people I love them. He was basically saying he's gonna die. I saw those things, yes. And I guess if you see those things, you can say, okay, well, then that means, deductive reasoning, okay, he killed himself. I don't do that. I don't do that. Do I think the cops killed him? I saw the cops pull the trigger. I saw that. And I know if you get shot 30 something times, you're going to die. Now, maybe he killed himself. I don't know. I really don't. But what I can tell you right now is that he could have been alive. He could have been alive. And I'm upset that this young man, like, we used to be 100% in America. Now we're only 14%. Black men are being killed every day, not just by police, but by our own people. We're being killed by Spanish people, Asians, everybody. And so we're like just a target for everybody. And it's really frustrating, especially being a black man. I have 2 black sons, and they're dark skinned, big and tall. And
Mhm.
I worry about them, So, and I also I have family. I have a lot of men in my family. I don't have a lot of females in my family, mostly men. And I know what we go through. We go through so much, and I think that young man, he must have already went through a lot in life, because he had already decided that he was going to die that night. And we need to be asking questions. Why does this 18-year-old feel this way? Like I said, drugs make you tell the truth, and we need to be questioning why is this, and of course, we know what goes on in America, but after we ask the question, we need to figure out how we're going to solve it, because we are a human target. I know what I go through. I mean, it's crazy. I'm older now, I'm not old, but I'm in my late 40s, almost 50. And I could tell you what I've experienced in my life is horrific. It was horrible. And a lot of black men go through that, especially, in these inner cities. We go through the most ridiculous, horrific lives. It's just scary. And it's coming from all angles. It's coming from pink people or white people. It's coming from our own people. It's coming from Asians, Latinos. It's coming from females and males. And You know, it's even coming from animals sometimes, you know, and it's crazy. And we need to protect our children. We need to educate them. I really think we need to, you know, separate, but I'm not going to get in that conversation because I'm not going to do that to you on decop. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to do that to you, but I feel like we need to separate because we're not in a position where we need to be around other people. We have so much healing to do because a lot of our problems, you know, it stems
Mm-hmm.
from, if you want to be true, it stems from slavery. You know, we've been through so much and we haven't had a chance to really figure out what's going on, have a mental inventory and say, you know what exactly is going on? Why do we feel this way? Why do we feel inferior? We haven't questioned, you know, our existence. You know, we're living in the society where everybody attacks us and we haven't had a chance to sit back and say, who the hell am I? These young black men, they go through so much. I mean, as early as 4 and 5 and 6 year old, we go through so much. Young men. I remember when I was young, I remember friends of mine that were really big and tall and sometimes really dark skinned. They would be like 8 or 9 or sometimes 10 or 11, and they would be treated so horrible because people thought they were older. You know, I can look at a 10-year-old and a 12 and 15-year-old. I can tell that they're children, but other races, they can't see that. They just see us all as big black men.
Yep. Uh, Miss Philadelphia say, yes, it's bad over here in Philadelphia. I'm saddened by the gun balance. I'm moving to Bucks County soon. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. You still in
It's
me?
hard. I'm still here. It's horrible. You know, I mean, I hear people talking about marching for the, I don't want to say the young man's name because I have to respect his family and I wouldn't want him to do to me. But I think that people keep asking, you know, people keep saying they're going to march and do petitions. What has that ever done for our people? We don't need to march. We don't need to burn up any. We don't need to burn up
No.
any buildings. We don't need that. We need to purge. We need
Mm-hmm.
to separate and purge. Figure out who we are. Get our shit together, and stop being so reliant on everybody else. You know, these young men cannot get jobs. Our children, when they graduate from high school or GED or wherever they get, the first thing they do, they go look for a job from somebody else. They don't want to hire us a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to bring this race issue to your channel, Decop, but we
Yeah.
cannot discuss this without discussing race because young black men are treated completely different.
Mm-hmm.
I know because I am a black man. I have black children. I have black nephews. My whole family's black. I have no
Mm-hmm.
interracial in my family.
Yeah.
Everyone's black. We're former slaves. We're tired. Well, we're not really slaves. We're not Slavic, but we're former
Mm-hmm.
enslaved people who used to be kings and queens in America. And now we're living like we're peasants. Worse than that. You know, we can't get
Mm-hmm.
jobs. I mean, the homelessness where I live and on the region where I live, there's so much homelessness. Young black men who are highly intelligent, but they
Mm-hmm.
can't get jobs because people don't see them as intelligent beings. They just see these big black men that they want to over sexualize. You know, do you know what it's like
Mm-hmm.
to go home, to go to your room, your college room, and you go and open your door and you have a naked white woman in your bed? I've experienced that. My son experienced it because they want to have sex with you, but they don't want to respect you as a human being. It's just about sex. Women also get treated. Black women also get treated like that. You know, and like with this whole Black Lives Matter movement, I saw white women out there with signs saying, you know, Black DICKs matter, and I'm like, what? Like, I mean, these people don't see us as real people. They just see us sexual objects. So I feel like as a people, we do need to separate. I'm not saying you can't work with other people or interact with other people. When I say separate, I mean get away from all the craziness with other cultures and figure out who we are. Because that young man, there's a lot of men like that. There's a lot of young black men that get killed by the police or by gangs because they didn't shut their fucking mouth.
Yep.
They want to argue. They want to go
Yep.
even on YouTube. Look at YouTube. Look at the argument. Well, they argue with women. They argue with black females because they figure they can get away with it, but they'll never argue with a white police officer or even a white man, in fact. You know, no one argues with, you know, pink people in this niche that they call a sector. And it's
Mhm.
like, I look at how YouTube is the way YouTube, like I've seen people on YouTube in our niche that they call the belief sector. I've seen a
Mhm.
man, I'm not gonna say his name, but he made a post one time. He said he was gonna kill another content creator, a black female, a queen. And I was like, I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. I didn't comment on it because I don't really comment on the YouTube stuff, and I'm moving away from this niche. I'm actually moving away from it because I listen. I'm not no. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm really into making money. But when I saw that, it was like, wow, this is a black man said he want to kill a black female. He said he want, and I'm not gonna say this female name, but
Yep.
she's a very well known content creator, and she lives in California. But he said he want to kill her, and I'm like, and no one said anything about that. We gotta if people think YouTube is just an entertainment application. Well, it is, but you have young people watching this YouTube. You have young people looking at these videos, and they're studying and analyzing, and sometimes because you like decop, you people like you and other people, you guys are you still there, decop? Am I talking too much?
Yeah, I'm
Hello.
here.
Okay,
I'm
so you
listening to
guys,
you.
decop, a lot of you guys like
Yeah, I'm here.
Quanney, a lot of these people, you guys are like movie stars of some people. You guys are famous. You guys are celebrities, and people emulate what you guys say and do. And you have men saying these horrible things to women, and it's like, yo, who? And a lot of these people have children. Like, I mean, people are emulating what you're saying because I know people say, "Oh, it's an entertainment application." Yes, but you have responsibility because you have a platform, you have followers, you have people who subscribe to you, and people want to delude themselves to think that children are not watching. And I know we can't be responsible for other people's children, but the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of children watching YouTube. There are a lot. I have nephews that are watching YouTube, and I had to like,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, "Yo, can't watch that,"
Yeah.
because they actually they and anyway, I'm not gonna go into that, but you know a lot of black men, they really don't know really who the enemy is, because if they did, they wouldn't be killing each other, and they wouldn't be in a car arguing with
Yeah.
these police officers. If they knew who their real enemy was, they would not be out there arguing with these police officers. Because I mean, Deca, I know you're a police officer, but let's be honest. White people, they have a dip. White men, black people do not have the same heart as white people. We have a dip. We don't fight the same way. We don't have the same aggression towards it. We don't have that same heart. We don't have the heart to take a pregnant woman and cut her fetus out of her belly and then kick the fetus
Mm.
around like it's a soccer ball and then eat it afterwards. We don't have that same heart. That's what happened to us during slavery. We don't have that same heart.
Mm.
We don't fight like that. We don't have that same it's just not in us. So if we really knew what our history was,
No.
we would not be out here arguing with these police officers. Simple as that. And we wouldn't even be
Yep.
arguing with each other
True.
either. We wouldn't be fighting each other, and we certainly wouldn't be telling another black female she's a B and this and all that stuff. We wouldn't do that if we really knew. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm
Right.
holier than
Right.
thou, because I have family members that do crazy stuff too. I've done crazy things. I'm not saying
Mhm.
I'm all that. I'm just saying that when you sit back and you just look and see what's going on, even in just YouTube, it's crazy. And seeing this young man, the way he was
Yep.
taught, way he was behaving, he really didn't know his history. Because if he did, he would have gotten out that car, and he would still be alive today.
Oh
And then
yeah.
we could have dealt with this situation as a community if he knew who he was. But he doesn't know
Mm.
who he is. He doesn't know what his history. He don't know what his ancestors went through. Because if he did, he would
Right.
have gotten
Right.
out that car. These police officers are trained to kill. And
Yep.
I'm not saying that this is really a black and white issue, but I am saying it is, because again, he would have been treated differently if he was white. But at the same time, I believe if those cops were black, I believe they and that young man acted the same way. I think the results would have been the same as what happened the other day, 2 weeks ago. Black cops would have protected themselves as well, as they should. When I think about it, but I don't know if it would have been everybody was shot like that. I think it would have been a little bit different. But I don't know. Like I just feel like we need to just really like purge. And people hate when I say separate because they say, oh, you want to segregate. Well, a lot of problems that we have now, we didn't have when we were segregated. We didn't have all of this vitriol for one another, and we didn't have these problems. We had problems with the other people, but we didn't have what we got going on with us now. Anyway, I don't want to bring this race thing into your channel because I know you're not. This channel doesn't do that. I know you operate differently. It just came out. I can't help it sometimes.
Oh, it's okay. No problem at all. We have a good conversation. Having a good conversation. Let me see, Miss Philadelphia say, and I live in Chestnut Hills, the so-called good area in Philadelphia, and it's still bad. It's shooting everywhere. Yeah, I lived in Philadelphia for a short time, and I heard it was bad. I didn't stay there long enough. It was too cold for me, so I had to leave. But yeah, I heard that.
Miss Philadelphia, she is so funny to me. When she comes on live, she have me cracking up. She's hilarious. And she'll tell you what she thinks. She don't hold any punches. She'll like, yo, get up the channel. You're boring, I love when she
But
come on the channel. It's so funny.
but I have to say, I'm glad I did see Quanney's that video research, or I would have missed seeing the officers cam the complete, and then I wouldn't have even known that the chief of police uh, would have made a statement. I didn't know he had made his statement, and he didn't basically say much, but I know he backed his officers, even though he didn't say it. I mean, he had to back them because they did the job. They did. Mighty fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't get a attaboy because if I was around, they would have got one because of the patience that they had with that young man. I would have given them one.
I
Um,
agree. And I had a revelation because the video Quani did it. We always can learn, and it just was a reminder. Mickey, do your research. Do your research. Don't rely on conjecture. Don't formulate opinions before you got all the facts. Look deeper into it. Look at it from different angles. Put your feet in someone else's shoes. Because again, like I said, the first thing I said is, "Oh, they just killed a black man," And now it's like I'm still saying that they shot him, and I think that they murdered him. But I hear what you're saying. I don't know now. It's like, okay, I need to, if I want to research more, I'm not going to do it because listen, his family is going to do the research. But what I will say is that I know what I saw, and what I saw is I saw a young man that was basically committing suicide in a way, whether he shot himself or not, he still basically committed suicide
yeah,
because he should have got the car. He's bending down. You don't know what he got in his hands. You couldn't really see what he was doing. Why was he bending over like that? It just was very strange, very eerie for me. And as I watched it, even if I didn't know the outcome, I would have said to myself, just by watching it prior to knowing the outcome, I would have said, this man is going to get killed. Yeah, he's going to get shot. He's going to get killed. That's what I said. And based on what I also saw is that he wasn't willing to back down. He was adamant about not getting out that car. So I don't know.
Yeah. And then you have to wonder, but why? I mean, because you had the gun. It's not that serious.
D-Cop, I told you why. I told you why. We don't know who we are. That young man is a prime example of a lot of young men in America, okay? Especially in these inner cities, who's been up, been in these schools and whatever, doing drugs. He's like, there's so many men like him, and it's really strange to see because I've never seen anything like that. Honestly, I've seen people other situations, but I've never seen someone just getting out the car. It was strange. But I'm gonna tell you why. I told you the reason why he did it is because he didn't get the message. Either someone didn't teach him the message, or he just didn't know, or he was like, F it, I'm not gonna follow any, I'm gonna do what I want to do. But I really believe that he didn't know, because if he knew what he was dealing with, he would have gotten out that car. He would have gotten out that car, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
because my
I would.
listen. What? Let me ask you a question. If you was in that
Mm-hmm.
situation, the cop, what would you have done? If you heard a gunshot, what would you have done? Be honest.
If I was one of the officers,
Yeah.
well, to tell you the truth, I probably would have shot him before. I probably would have shot him before he shot himself
But you would have shot him in the arm, right?
in the arm. No,
You would have killed him?
I I,
Okay.
I shoot to kill.
You sound like my brother. He said the same thing.
Mm.
I guess because I'm not an
Yeah,
officer, I think differently. But yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Now if you come to my
You
house,
know,
my doorstep, if you come to my
mhm,
house,
that's a different story, huh?
that's a different story.
Different story, huh?
I got a bullet for everybody, you know. But no, I understand what you're saying, and I get it, you know. And again, like I said, you know, I don't have any knowledge on on being a police officer or in that field, you know. And everybody I spoke to, they all say the same thing, you know. I just wish that, you know, I just wish that he could have just got out that car, honestly. I just wish we can just have that
Yeah.
moment back, but we can't. But what we can do is we can tell
Hmm.
young people what to do now. Like this, and I don't want to do this to the family, but that video needs to be a, don't get upset, Decop, but
Yeah.
that video needs to be a tutorial for every young man, every young black man. You know, this is what can
Yeah. It
happen.
it, it yeah. If you do this or if you do not comply, and then say these, but this guy was lucky to be here. I mean, to stay around long as he did. These officers were very patient with him. I can't tell you that I know of any other officer, other department that would have waited that long. Um, even though they didn't shoot it, they didn't kill him. But at that time, the only reason they shot was because he shot. And even though he shot himself, they heard a shot. And the training is you hear a shot, you shoot until the threat is gone.
Yes, yes, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, yeah, it need they need they need to watch that video. And just like first, the guy that was driving, he didn't want to comply. Why? I mean, didn't you see George Floyd? How they stuck their knee on his neck for
Yep.
no reason?
Hmm.
And you sat here and you didn't want to spread your legs like the officer asked you to, and gonna jerk your hands back.
Yeah, and
See,
the fact that they both did that, it tells me that they weren't like, we could say, we use the word taught. They weren't taught better, but I'm going to say they weren't trained. You know, we all get trained in something. You get trained just by, you know, getting up to brush your teeth. They weren't
hmm,
trained by whoever raised them. They didn't get the message. They didn't get the memo. I don't care where you got it from, but got it from someone. Whoever that was around you should have told them better. You know, and that's the issue with our people. A lot of young black men, we don't have that guidance. We don't have someone to to explain to us how to behave in these situations. We don't have that, and that's one of the biggest things that's hurting us right now in our communities, is that young black men and some black women do not know what's at stake. You know, not just in this situation with the shooting, but even dealing with counterparts on the streets, dealing with their peers. You know, when I was coming up, my big brother, he always told me, Mickey, never play fight. Because, you know, when we were coming up back in the 70s, everybody would like to play fight. They hit you. You know, a young boys, they go into the boys' bathroom, they like to play fight. And I'm the kind of person, you hit me, I'm going to get upset and I want to fight for real. And so my brother
yeah,
always told me, that's not how you behave. You know, my brother's military, and he's like, look, you don't do that. You don't play fight. because this what can happen. It can lead to a fight, and then someone can get really hurt or someone can die. And I learned that as a little boy. I had guidance. A lot of people don't have guidance. And I think that young man, I know his
Yeah.
parents, what they said, but he should, it's not just him, but everybody in that car. And it's not just them. A lot of young Black people, they just don't know. They don't understand. First of all, they don't know the history. They don't know who
Mm-hmm.
they are. They don't know the history. They just don't know who they are. That's number one. Because if we knew who we were, we
Yeah.
wouldn't be doing those things, you know, all that drugs and stuff. We wouldn't be doing that. You don't need to get high. You can get high by doing other things, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And if you're going to get high, you certainly shouldn't be out in the club or in a car somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You should be
Yeah.
home with
Yeah.
people who are gonna make sure you don't do anything stupid, you know? I remember back in the
Wouldn't know to
70s,
say.
people would do acid and they would end up driving off of a cliff somewhere and kill themselves. It was bad back in the days in the 70s during that whole, you know, when they had that whole
Mm.
psychedelic era, you know, a lot of people were, you know, killing themselves because they were jumping off buildings because they was taking these drugs. You need to, and most of the people they don't know where these
Mm-hmm.
drugs are coming from.
Yeah.
They're smoking marijuana. They have no clue where this marijuana was grown. They go to the dispensary or buy it on a street corner. They don't have a clue where that drug is coming from. You shouldn't put anything in your body if you don't know where it comes from, including food.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to the supermarket, what they tell you now, the orange came
Mm.
from Florida or the kiwi came from South America. They'll tell you exactly where that fruit comes from. When you buy marijuana, what they do? What
Yeah.
they show you? It don't show you anything. It show you it's a dime bag. They don't you know where that stuff is
Uh,
grown.
mhm.
First of all, it
Yep.
smells so bad. Well, it smells like a
Right.
skunk.
Right.
And I remember when I was coming up, when we were coming up in 70, they call it reefer. That's what they called it back in the days, reefer. And it smelled completely different.
Yeah.
Now, I don't smoke any drugs, but I knew plenty of people who did
Mm-hmm.
growing up. And even back then, I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
stand it. I hated it.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't stand it. First of all, I'm asthmatic, and I can't be around
Yeah.
that smoke.
Purple smell.
You know, but it's terrible because you
Mm-hmm.
know a lot of young boys need to see that video, and then follow up by seeing that video. They need to have someone to school them, to educate them, to explain to them what can happen. There's a young man right now. Sorry, Decat, sorry to go on and on, but there's a young man named Grandmaster Jay. Grandmaster Jay, he's someone
Mm-hmm.
that I highly respect. He was trying to, you know, teach young people how to arm themselves and protect themselves, and he was doing a lot of like protests and, meeting with the hierarchy to figure out what's going on and why they're killing our people, like Breonna Taylor. Now, this young man was recently
Mm-hmm.
arrested by the police. Now, Grandmaster Jay, he's heavily armed. He's heavily trained. He was in the military. This man has a lot of experience. Even he knew when the FBI came to his door, he knew to put his hands behind his back and walk out that house. He even knew to do that. And I'm sure he taught his children to do the same. You don't
Yeah.
fight police officers during an interaction. You don't even fight police officers at all. You go through the courts. You don't need to if you feel like
Yep.
you've been profiled or mistreated or you were whatever the case may be, and you feel like you need to get justice. You don't do vigilante justice by yourself in a car. You wait until you get a legal team or you get the
Well,
community members to help you fight. You don't fight by yourself with a gun. That never solves anything. Not with our people.
mm,
And he didn't know how to
nope.
conduct
Yeah,
himself,
did
and neither did the
you
other people in
did.
the car. The other people in the car didn't know either,
Mhm.
but I did hear them saying to him to get out the car. I did hear him saying, and I was, and that was a good thing. They was like, "Man, get out the car." I heard them saying it, but he didn't listen to me either.
That is. Mark.
I remember hearing somebody saying, "Get out the car." I heard one of the boys say, I think the driver said, "Man, get out the car." I
Mhm.
remember hearing him say that, or someone said it. He had enough sense to say that, but the young man that didn't get out the car,
Yeah, that same guy was. Mhm.
what happened with the same guy?
Oh no, I was just saying that same got the driver that they had put in the police was yelling to him, "Get out! Just get out the car, man! Just get out the
Exactly.
car!" But
Hell, I was saying that
he
too.
still wouldn't do it.
He
Still
wouldn't
wouldn't
do
do it.
it.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too. Let's see what Nadia say. Nadia say we also must remember mental illness is real. We have no idea what this baby had going on. Let's see. Yeah, had going on. I think he had some mental illness too. It had to. I think I don't know what he had going on, but he had to be something. Um, we definitely cannot blame the family. He could he could face being taught what to do, but in the end, he did what he wanted to. Yeah. Um, yeah. If drugs were involved, blaming the family for what he could have, should have done does not apply. I taught my son what to do and stop. His info was in a book bag in his. I taught him to never reach for anything, yet he did. The cop was nervous, and I was on the phone speaker. Let's see what else did I miss? I was gonna say, reaching in the seat is a bad idea. Um, had I not been on the phone tell, telling for him to not reach and allow the cop to get the bag, God knows what would have happened. But my son was nervous, so it. It's not about someone not teaching them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
was gonna
I agree
say,
with that,
yeah,
and I'm
having
not
that back in the back seat. Hmm. Go
sorry to
ahead,
cut you
go
off,
ahead.
the cop. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I definitely don't want to blame the family, and if that's what I said, it please forgive me for that. I was just saying that whoever was his influences should have did not explain to him the ramifications or even what he should do in that situation, because even the people behind the car, they didn't get out immediately either. And like I said, um, it's not about really blaming the parents. I just think that a lot of our people just don't know what we're dealing with. A lot of black men and black women, black families, we don't understand that we are not going to be given the treatment that you were going to get, that Justin Bieber is going to get, or Lindsay Lohan. We're not Demi Moore. Like, we're not going to have that same treatment. We're going to get the harshest treatment. And like D Cop said, she would have shot right away. And I know D Cop is not racist, but what I'm just saying, D Cop, if it was in that situation, she would have shot. Yes, but a lot of black men don't understand that in a state like where I live or Miss Philadelphia lives, it would have been it would have been instantly he would have been shot. It wouldn't have been this whole, negotiation. Hey, can you get out the car, please? Like, it would have been, you've seen, like I said, with Floyd, and a lot of other black men that are not on camera, have not been brought to the media, because this happens all the time. Like, they're not going to get the same treatment. So I'm just saying, because I'm gonna tell you right now, D Cop, you had that young man that went into a church in, I think, South Carolina, went into a church, and these black people in church are welcoming in. Now, I'm not going to say anything about religion because I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm not down with religion. I'm not with that. But I won't disrespect anyone's religion. But these people let this man come in their church, in their domicile, and place of worship, and he shot them all up. Went out, went to the store, went to get food. Sorry, well, the police got
Yeah,
him, or FBI, whoever, and took him to a restaurant. I mean, just completely different treatment. I mean, you guys could say what you
yeah,
want, but this is not about race, but it has a lot to do with race. And I'm not saying that you wouldn't have killed him, D-Cop. What I'm saying to you is that this young man did not get the proper training. No one in that car did. Nobody in that car really, really got the training that they needed. And it's not about the family. It's more about the community. It's about our people, our politics. It's everybody.
yeah,
We don't want to have a discussion that really makes a difference. We don't want to discuss race. We don't want to discuss the treatment that we receive. We don't want to discuss the outcome. We don't want to discuss what we don't want to discuss anything. We don't want to discuss slavery. We just want to pretend like everything's honky dory, and it's not. Our young men don't know how to conduct themselves in public. We don't. Look at them on YouTube. You have people on YouTube telling someone they're going to kill somebody. Like, look at people cursing each other out. I mean, just acting crazy. I'm like, do these people have a job? At my job, if I say something out of order, people know where I work. They're going to send that video to my job, and I'll end up losing my job. People,
yeah,
this is crazy. Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not blaming that family. I'm blaming a lot of people. It starts with Caucasians because, like I said, we dealt with so much during slavery, and people don't want to have that discussion. But there is something called post slavery syndrome or post-traumatic slavery syndrome. And there's an author by the name of Joy something. I'll get that for you later. There's a lady, her first name starts with Joy. And she did her whole dissertation when she went to, got her PhD. When she was in grad school, she did a PhD. She did a dissertation on post-traumatic slavery disorder. You know, we've gone through so much, and we don't want to discuss things that really matter. We don't want to discuss what can happen, what has happened, what will happen. And that young man, I'm not blaming the family. I'm blaming all of us. We're all collectively responsible for our youth. Now, personally, I feel like my contribution is with my children and my grandchildren whenever I have them. That's my contribution to society. Other people may want to be politicians. You have a channel. I don't have a YouTube channel. A lot of people have there's different ways that we can touch people. But what I've seen on YouTube and what I've seen how this family was exploited, people are contacting the family, doing all this craziness. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just very, very strange to me, you know. And I think with Devon, I think that this is bigger than Devon. Actually, this is about us as a people and where we're going and where we're going to go. I don't think this is the first time this has happened. I've never seen someone react like that once they get stopped by the police, but I'm sure it's happened before. It just wasn't recorded. And I think it's going to continue to happen until we say, hey, guys, you shouldn't be drinking or doing drugs and driving, you know. And if you do, because we can easily say, well, if you get stopped, behave this way. But if you have narcotics in your body and you're high as a kite, how in the hell are you going to make a decision, a good decision? So if it's not, whose fault is that? Whoever raised this boy should have explained to him, you don't do these certain things when you go out with friends. You don't do these drugs when you go out in public, because your thinking is flawed. You make poor decisions. You can't function properly. His brain was telling him something completely different from what was going on. His brain was telling him, I'm going to die. Tell everybody I love them. That's what his brain was telling him. That was the drugs. People say it was mental illness. According to the family, he didn't have mental illness. According to the family, he was a good boy. He was a loving boy. He didn't have problems. They said the cops murdered him. I say that it's a little bit more than that. Now, maybe he had mental illness. I haven't heard anything about that. But what I do know is that they said there was marijuana in the car. And if that's the truth, if he was smoking marijuana, then he can't make good decisions. It's impossible for him to do it because he's high. I don't know if you guys know what somebody does when they do drugs, but if you've seen a crackhead, if you ever seen someone high on something, they think that they're invincible. They really think they're invincible. They don't realize reality.
That's just like drinking. When you drink, you think you can drive better than when you sober. Some people say, oh, yeah, I drive better when I've had a couple of drinks, which we know that's not true. But that's what that alcohol makes you feel that you do. You drive better, just the way that marijuana. See, this looking at that video that's on Quanney'S community page is the first time that I heard anything about drugs. Okay, so
me too.
Once I seen the video, I was like, okay, now here's another thing to add to this. It's coming together when you driving around, three black guys in the car driving around, back window broken out. They get pulled over by the cops on the traffic stop. Cops say they smell marijuana coming from the car. If you've been smoking marijuana, maybe if this is your first time smoking marijuana, or you just recently started, it'll affect you different. You may be paranoid. There's people that have not smoked marijuana, so I can't say, but I'll just throw the question out there. There's a lot of people that they first time maybe in college, they tried marijuana for the first time.
Yeah.
And they've gotten super, super paranoid, thinking that the police is knocking on the door. That may have been the effect of what he was going through in the car. They've been smoking marijuana. They see them red and blues. And he got to tripping back. Oh no, we're going to jail. We're going to jail. And then got to thinking, he got that gun. He might have had the gun on him and took the gun off of him and put it up on the seat. And then the cops come to the car. They asked about the marijuana smell, and then just stuff just started going on, and there it goes.
Yeah, when I found out that drugs was involved, it crystallizes everything for me. It crystallized everything for me. I was like, okay, so now I'm seeing a broader picture, and it's coming together, like you said. I just
Yep.
felt like I think that I just wish that people. I'm not going to speak on the family, but I think that everybody needs to look at this from a get away from the emotions and look at the facts. If we can look at the facts, we'll see that it's not looking good for that young man. Like I said, I'm only speaking on what I saw and what I heard. In terms of, like I said, I didn't see. Now while you were talking, I did look at the video. I saw the cops show the gun, but I did not see him shoot himself. And as you was talking, I went back and looked at it. I heard the gunshot, but I didn't see him shoot himself. And again, maybe he did. According to them, they did. I'm not going to research it. I'm not going to research it. The family can do that. But it's just, regardless of what I think
What I am
happened.
going to tell you,
Huh?
what I am going to tell you to do, listen, go back, look at that video again. There's going to be a difference in the sound of those guns.
Okay.
Listen for the gun that I say that he had, and the trigger that he pulled. Listen for that sound of that gun, and then listen to the sound of the guns, the shots from those officers' guns. It's going to be two different sounds.
Okay.
Listen to it again when you get a chance, and do that.
Well,
And
I probably
let me know.
won't look at it again. I saw enough. Like I said, maybe listen, it doesn't matter what I think right now. It really doesn't. The truth of the matter is that if there's any young person listening today or later on in this video, follow the just stay alive that night. If you get stopped by the police and you feel like you're being mistreated, your main goal is to stay alive. That's it. So it doesn't matter what I think happened that night. I don't actually, when I go to bed, I'm not even going to think about it again. And it's not being cold. It's just that, it doesn't serve any purpose to even keep harboring on it, because the courts will deal with that. They have that's a whole nother area that I'm not going to get into. It's not my expertise. But what I will say is that if any young person or even adult, someone my age or older, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't even matter what race you are.
Yeah.
Your main goal is to stay alive at that point, and you can deal with stuff later on down the road, but don't try to have vigilante justice. Don't try to, be a hero, because you will be a dead hero, and then you're no longer a hero. You're just dead, just a dead man. You're not even a man anymore. You're now a corpse, and that's the sad thing about it, is that there is no more Devon. He's gone. And there's a lot of people who get killed for a lot worse. 20 minutes to ask him to get out the damn car. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And I think I think anyone who's looking at him, not even considering the fact that this is a grown man, 18 years old, even though he is a grown man, he's 18. When I was grown at 15, I already had my own apartment at 15 years old. At 18 years old, and I've been 18 before, and at 18, I was already, I was doing my thing. I was working, I had my own place, you know.
Mhm.
I was a full grown man by the time I was 15 years old. He was 18. That's 3 years later. He was a grown man. People keep calling him a baby. He's not a baby. He's a grown man. I've been 18 before. At 18, you're already. I had my first child before I was 18. This is before I knew I was, homosexual. I had a girlfriend and I had two children,
Mhm.
and I was not going to have children. That was not something that I had planned, but I had to take responsibility.
Mhm.
And by 18 years old, I had two children, and it was very, very difficult,
Yep.
but I did what I had to do. This man was 18 years old. He was grown. At 15 years old, I was already grown. I don't know where he lived. I heard he lived with a parent. At 18 years old, I mean,
Mhm.
I guess I have a different experience, but 18 years old, most 18-year-olds I know are already pretty much grown. Some of them have children,
Yeah.
and so yeah, I can't blame the family. I have to blame him, yes. But he didn't know. He shouldn't have been out doing drugs. I don't know, it's just frustrating to me just to think about it, because so many of our people are doing that. My children, they knew, no drugs, no cigarettes, no alcohol. Well, we do drink a little. We do drink a little, not much. But that's it. We don't do cigarettes.
Mm.
You know, I had a sibling one time. He used to do tobacco. You chew tobacco, you spit out. They call it snuff.
Yep. Mhm. Dip.
I got him off that. I said, and he's my
Snuff
older
or
brother. I said,
dip?
no, no. I made him stop. I made him stop because
Snuff
I was like, no.
or dip?
Hmm? What? It's snuff?
I say snuff or dip.
Well, we call it snuff and dip. In fact,
Okay.
I've done dip before. I've done
Okay.
snuff. I've done it. I've done it growing up. Because my brother would do it, and I would do. He was my older. I would do it too, and my younger brother would do it as well. And then I tried it one time, and I was like so sick because you remember when you do tobacco, they could call it tobacco snuff dip. When you do dip, you're not smoking it. You're putting it in your mouth, and it goes directly into your bloodstream. Now, if you know anything about vitamins, they tell you if you take any type of vitamin, the ones that dissolve in your mouth, you put it underneath
Mhm.
your tongue, because that's where it goes straight into your bloodstream, because that's mucous membrane down there underneath your tongue. And when you do dip, you put it underneath your tongue, so it actually the nicotine, it goes directly to your bloodstream right away. It's very strong. Actually, dip is worse than smoking cigarettes. It's very, very, very toxic. And I tried it. I vomited when I tried it the first time. I wanted to be like my brother. He stopped. I made him stop. I was like, nah, no, because we don't believe in doing any of that stuff. Now we drink a little, maybe a lot sometimes, but I don't do any. I don't believe in, because see, with us,
Mhm.
we don't. I guess is whatever. It depends on what your threshold is. For us, alcohol doesn't have that effect on me. Like I can drink a little bit and I'm good. I don't do any drugs, but I know it's kind of hard to do a little drug, because I find that marijuana is a gateway drug. It leads to other drugs, and I've seen it over and over and over again. And a lot of times, when you get marijuana, you don't know where you get it from. You don't know what you're smoking. This young man could have
Yeah.
smoked some marijuana and got something else, and started hallucinating. You know,
Mhm.
we don't know. And when they
Yeah.
do and when they look at the blood, they'll tell you what was in it. I'm sure they're gonna say it was drug, it was marijuana, but
Mhm.
I just feel like
Mhm.
he did not get the rearing that he should have gotten. That's my opinion. I'm gonna stick with that one. And it's not about his parents, because a lot of people raise. You have community members. You have the elders and his friends, like older people, his brother, whatever. They just didn't explain to him. Look, your main goal is to stay
Hey,
alive.
easy money. Mhm. Yeah.
Hey, easy money.
And all he had to do was just comply, just follow
Just
instruction, get out the car.
he would have been alive. He would have been
That's it.
alive. And even if he felt like he was mistreated, they could have dealt with that after the fact. If he felt like he was being profiled, he
Mhm.
could have, but when you look at all the details, the gun, the marijuana, the broken window, it's like, what are you doing? Why are you what are they doing out? They shouldn't have been out there. You're in a car with you said it had a broken window?
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
thought the cops,
You
okay.
know the little black. the little window and
Yeah.
on the back. Yeah, I mean, I would have that would have been something I would have looked at. And they had a task force that was out that night to trying to prevent crime because they must have a lot of crime, uh, whatever area that was in Jacksonville. So they had task force out. So that's what they do. They drive around and um, with on traffic stops. They try to pull over. Um, if you got a traffic stop, you pull over. You see a car with a broken back window. You thinking, well, I know telling this car might be stolen. Check it out. Stop them and check it out.
Yeah, and if they're smoking
That's just
marijuana, the
what.
car is swerving around. They're not driving within. They're probably not driving speed limit. They're
Mhm.
probably swerving in and out of the white lines or the yellow lines. It's like, you basically, you just like saying, "Hey, here I am. Come stop me." There's too many like
Yeah,
variables involved.
and they but they don't realize that when they're smoking weed and driving. They don't realize sometimes they be going slower than the traffic. I mean, slower than the speed limit. Sometimes they be weaving from the lane, crossing over the line. They don't realize, and that's why they get stopped, or maybe something on their vehicle that may give the police uh, they want to stop them and check them out, and they do that.
Yeah, yeah.
But this didn't have to go that way. Um, it was too much, but
So,
just people
do
just
you
have
think an
to
attorney
how
is
to
going to take
follow
this case?
instructions. If well, I heard that they have an attorney. I don't know how true it is, but me, I just don't know what the attorney is going to do for them because I'm not seeing. I don't believe there's nothing that they can win from it.
I don't see it either,
The
actually.
the the young man didn't follow instructions. He didn't comply. They was they were smoking marijuana. Okay. Um, he took his own life. You can't blame that on the police. It's proof the police department. The autopsy showed that it was self-inflicted wound that killed him. Can't blame the cops. The cops probably are going through something mentally themselves because they tried so hard. They didn't want it to go the way that it did.
Yeah, they
And I
de-escalated
can
for
I can
sure.
yeah, they tried their best. They did their best. And you know, hopefully they can bury him and find the strength and one day, whether it's a year from now, to look at that body cam video and find some peace to know that the cops didn't kill your child, and whether they understand did it because they may not. They probably themselves will never know why he did what he did, and the other two boys made it out okay, and he could have too. So I just hopefully any other young boys that's chilling, riding around, if you get stopped by the police, come just comply with the police. Because it's not going to do it's not going to turn out good for you if you don't. Being mouthy, that's not going to help you. As you can see, all the other black and brown that have been killed by the police. You don't want to be in that same situation. So just comply. Do as they tell you, and uh, and then in court.
Yes, comply and stay alive. Um, because
Yeah.
I think the parents right now, they're not going to be able to see what we're saying or what we see, because it's not easy for anyone to lose a child. I've never lost a child, but I
Mm-hmm.
certainly don't want to know what it feels like to lose a child from violence. But I know people who have lost children from violence, and
Mm-hmm.
it's going to take some time, some healing. But I hear
Yeah.
Devon was an amazing person. I heard he was a good kid. Maybe he just had a bad day. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. Maybe it was the drugs. But like I said, when I see young people, when I come across young children that I'm interacting with, I try to share with
Mm-hmm.
them, because for me to be here at my age, I mean, I'm a walking miracle, and a lot of black men are like me, walking miracles. We go through so much, and I always try to tell young people, regardless of
Right.
what their background is, I always try to tell young black men, um, try to avoid as much confrontation as you can. Try to, you know, just keep yourself at a distance of problems. You know, if you're riding down the street, someone curses you out, just ignore them. If someone's speeding behind you, just pull to the side, let them go past you. You don't need to add anything extra to your life. Even if you're trying,
Mm-hmm.
some people are trying to be big and bad. They want to be this and that. Just chill. It's okay. And but
Yeah.
again, I also let them know that they should be careful with doing any type of substance, because it does flaw your thinking. You make poor decisions, poor judgment. And I think that night
Right.
with Devon, I felt like he just made a poor decision. And I think a lot of it has to do with, what was in his system. Because there's a lot of people who have mental
Mm.
disability. A lot of people have people keep saying mental illness, mental illness. There's a lot of people with mental illness that don't do stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? you know,
Well, yeah.
you know,
Easy to say, yeah, most people on pot drive slow and carefully, but then swerve around because they forget they're driving and listening to music. I would say if you value your life, listen to cops, and they are giving you direction. When they're giving you direction, the first rule of self defense is not to put yourself into bad situations. Right, right, right. Easy money. You got
easy
that
money.
right.
You on it tonight, bro. You on it tonight,
Absolutely.
man. That's what I'm talking about.
Easy money.
Yo, easy money. I like to keep things easy. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
about that money too. Easy
Yeah.
money. You should come on the live. Why don't you drop the link and come on the live?
His money. Did his money get his did you get your microphone, easy money? I don't know if he got his microphone.
Oh, okay. Maybe next time then. Well, D Cop, I want to thank you so much for allowing me on your platform. I
Yeah,
enjoyed
so
myself.
no problem at all. I enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for
Yeah.
dropping in, chatting with me.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Enjoyed you.
Like I said, if you see me, it's always going to be on Thursday, no, on Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays. Because Monday through Friday, I'm so
Mhm.
busy. So I'll be back, in your chat next week sometime.
All right. All right then. Thank you for coming
Okay.
by, Nikki.
All right. Arambe, everyone. See you, Easy Money.
All right. Take care of yourself. Got one, but it doesn't work very well. Oh, okay, okay, funny. So he's still still working. Were you traveling, or had you stopped traveling? I thought you was traveling. Love Blake, you fall asleep. Anybody else have anything to say? Anybody in the clouds? Oh yeah, I forgot you mining. Okay, the building cases. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, you say almost. Yeah, I figured you were. You got quiet. What's been on? What you been checking out, Love Blake? I know you've been looking at other stuff. Who's live? Need the money. Is the money you not finished mining, are you? Working on product. Uh, no money. I haven't haven't been using any new products. It's just soap. Uh, that's about it. Hey Sean, how you doing? Hello, Miss Lady School. So, oh, you missed it. Oh, Miss Lady School. I had to catch a replay. It was it was a good it was a good live. Had someone uh on the panel, a guy named Mac Mickey. Finish mining until next season. Oh, it's all frozen up there. Oh, okay, easy money. How you doing, Sean? How are you? Did you happen to live? No, nobody have any questions, comments, anything? Miss Lady Scoop, I hate you missed it. You always have some good questions. Yeah, we was talking. Actually, we were talking. My title is really thrown off a little because um, YouTube, because of what we sometimes talk about, they don't like certain subjects, so I have to kind of throw off the title. But we were talking about this. Are you you miss my live tonight? Yeah, I have to catch the replay. It was pretty good. Um, and we were talking about the young man they got um, that people thought had gotten killed by the police, but he shot himself. but Quanney happened to have the entire uh, video cam, one of the officers' video cam on her community page. Uh, if y'all happen to want to take a look at it, it's on Quanney's community page. Check it out. It's not bloody. It's not gory. None of that. I am very not understand why law enforcement have to fire. Yeah, yeah. I wish you would have been here, Sean. Because the guy that was on the panel, he had a lot of good questions and comments, and he still his opinion is he because he didn't see the gun in the guys, and I guess everybody expect to see somebody take a gun and put it to the head and shoot themselves. That's what um, people, I guess, is looking for, that to be able to say, well, okay, he shot himself. And basically what he was saying, since he and his family, he had someone, I think, killed by the police. And so in the end, the police said that they shot themselves. But if it was found out, I think it wasn't that way. So he doesn't trust it. He's not believing it because he didn't see the gun in the guy's hand. He didn't see the guy pull the trigger. So I understand. I saw it on here. Also, I wish you would have linked a different one because it's one that white people are mocking the Black Lives Matter. Oh, the video of the police, the I want to. Yeah, you should have emailed me. I mean, we can still do one. Yeah, we can still do one. And like McMickey was saying, he was into wanting to um um I lost my train of thought. He's wanting young people to understand and to be told what they understand, that they need to which is true, to comply and just follow the instructions of police, you know, um, which and none of this would have had to happen. Um, Not only just in this situation, but in a lot of other situations, police killings, shootings, or whatever, and which is true because some just don't know, some just refuse to do. Let's see, she linked more to, yeah, yeah. They just don't understand. Like I was saying, there's talking about uh, telling, well, the police should have cut him with rubber bullets, and they could have tased him, and all kind of stuff like that. And they didn't have to shoot him 35 times. That was the overkill, you know, the normal stuff that civilian people say because they don't understand. I haven't time keeping up with. Oh, that may have that may not have been the fatal shot, but that child discharging the weapon led to the officers discharging their weapon. Yeah, if you look at that video on Quanney's community page, at the end you'll see the chief of police give his statement, and then you also see the autopsy report, the part of it. It'll be written up there and basically said that the shot that killed him, it was self-inflicted. So he he killed himself. He committed suicide. Let's see. So the fatal shot was his. When I heard him kept saying that, and I thought I was in here by myself and I was watching it, and I mean I was like yelling at my computer, going like, "Are you, dude? Are you serious? You did not just sit here and tell the police to fall back." And I was like, okay. And then he just kept on like, fall back, man, fall back. And I was like, are you crazy? Who do you think you're talking to? Your friends? Talking about, if you just wouldn't have stopped us, you should let us go. It's like, duh. Do you think you're talking to the mailman? The police is just not going, just because you think they should have just let y'all go after they smell marijuana coming from the car, that they were just gonna let you go. And I was like, what is he saying? What is he thinking to be saying all of that crazy stuff? Um, yeah, it was quite different after seeing the entire video, because the last time the video that we seen didn't we didn't know why they did the traffic stop, and with this one that's on Quanney's community page, it starts from the beginning. That was crazy. Lethal force, police force. Yep. And see, these people don't understand. They don't understand that. They think that I guess they think that you can just go up there and tap them on their hand or something. You know, talking about rubber bullets. You know, um, no, it doesn't go like that. Um, and you shoot until the threat is gone. So um, everybody continues to want to say, "Oh, 35 shots. That was overkill." You know, I guess they can't find anything else that I guess in their minds, maybe now that a stick, so they want to say, well, they shot him too many times. 35 times is overkill. Mm, no, 10 off. I mean, not 10 officers. 4 officers 35 shots. We're gonna say 10 shots each officer. That's 3 shots. Even 10 shots each officer. That's not an overkill. 10 shots. When somebody is shooting, when you hear a gunshot and you're in a gun battle, so nah. Oh, that's good. No, that's what I try to tell them. That's not that many shots each officer. Now, to their ears, hearing 35 shots, that sounds like overkill collectively. They have to stop and think. It was 4 officers that were shooting. So yeah, 10 shots is in a gun battle is not an overkill. Mm-mm. In a stressful situation, adrenaline pumping, yeah, rounds, yeah. All you know is to pull that trigger until you no longer see that person that's pointing that gun or the bullets, the shots that you heard. You no longer hear them from somebody else's gun. The threat is gone. You can stop shooting. Yeah. You know somebody shooting back at shooting at you. Oh yeah, you can pull that trigger so fast. Next thing you know, you be having to try to reload another magazine if you in a real gun battle. But, but yeah, that I was saying, I was glad I did check out Quanney's video. It was named the title was something about do your own research, and I listened to her live and checked out some of the comments that she had in, and I was going like these people, and it it just got me every time somebody did a live or something. They always wanted to blame the police for the death of the child when it's already been said that it was a self-inflicted wound and it was his bullet that took his life. So you can't. I mean, I know they do want to blame the police. They do. Um, it's just natural you want to blame somebody else, but you can't blame those police officers. They did nothing. They did nothing wrong, and I said that what they did a whole lot of things right, and what they did, they actually had so much patience with him, so much patience. The patience I would not have had. They had a lot of patience. They gave a lot of patience to him, just trying to get him to come out, get out the car, show, show his hands, and get out the car, get out the car. I got frustrated. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's why I didn't go into lives, trying to comment and stuff because first of all, people don't like the police, whether you white or black. uh, they don't like the police. So anything I had to say wasn't gonna matter. Go home safely to their families. Yeah, that's it. When when you wake up in the morning, that is your goal. That is your prayer. In the middle of the day, that is your goal, to go home at the end of the night, at the end of the day, to go home to your family. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. If he hadn't fired to, they wouldn't have shot. I just said the same thing to. If he had not pulled that trigger, uh, uh, that self-inflicted uh, gunshot, they wouldn't have fired, because they didn't fire all this time. 20 minutes. They sit there and just waited and begged and pleaded and had all that patience. I was watching it, and I was going, dude, you lucky, you really lucky it's them. There's they got the patience. And then I didn't realize that there was a third guy in the back seat, but I couldn't see it because of the blur that they had. Uh, so once they got him out, they was only going to have so uh, so much more patience with him, and it didn't last too much longer. That's when they raised the bar a little bit. He speak about yeah, racist officer early on. Yes, yeah. If they was racist, uh, they probably he probably would have been gone within what 5, 6, 7 minutes. They wouldn't have been. They wouldn't have been doing all that. Um, Come on, man, please. We're not trying to hurt you. Just let me see your hands. Get out the car. All that they wouldn't have been doing all that. Absolutely not. And like I said, I wouldn't have either. And I'm not white or racist. I just wouldn't have been um, wasting that much time trying to get somebody out the car. You don't waste that much time trying to get somebody to get out the car. They hear the commands. They either do them or they don't. If you don't, the consequences is something you have to deal with, whatever that is. Mm-mm. Out because. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, probably was. Yeah, because the driver they didn't block him out. So yeah, or the 18-year. So the guy in the back was yeah, he probably was a minor. I know. He was. He was. If anything, he should get attaboy. You know, why they want this man, want these 4 officers to lose their job. Nah. If anything, they should get an attaboy. All 4 of them, and especially that I think the first one, he was a 10-year veteran. he had patience. Other things could. Well, at my first video, Miss Lady School. I think he was here when I um, talked on my first video, and on the first video that I seen from the police, they didn't um, they didn't show why the traffic stop occurred, but the video that's on Quanney's community page, it shows from the beginning, from when the police pulled them over, and the, they pulled them over. They say they were, I think, crossing the line or weaving or something. That's and it was a task force. So it was three officers that approached the vehicle um, on that traffic stop. And when they approached the car, they smelled marijuana. So um, the driver, they pulled. First, they just asked them if they had marijuana because they smelled marijuana, and asked if they had any in the car or had they smoked some earlier, or was somebody in the car that had been smoking marijuana. You know, and they basically kind of got smart. So the officer said, well, because we have probable cause, which is because the smell of marijuana, we're going to pull you out the car and we're going to search the car. And so they got the driver out, put him against the car, and told, it was going to check him. So he didn't want to spread his legs wide enough. And the cops, kind of told him to put his arms up, and he jerked away and got pissed off, and so then he began to act a butt. So they put him in handcuffs and go put him in the car, and then that's when the young boy um, started. So that it was it probably um, I'm guessing it might have been the marijuana, because like I said, some people when they smoke marijuana, it some people become paranoid. So I don't know if if he if it had that effect on him, if that was why he was acting the way he did, because otherwise there would be no reason for him to behave the way he did. Miss Lady Scoop, when you get a chance, check that video out over there on Quanney's community page. It'll show you a lot. It'll show you a whole lot. And don't worry, it has no blood or nothing gory or nothing like that. Definitely deserved it. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he definitely deserved it. Attaboy. They may have had murder that was laced, and it may have been laced with something found. You know what? I don't know if they found any drugs in the car after all that occurred, and they may not had none. They may have just smoked some. because you smoke it, um, it's gonna be all in the car. Smell gonna be there. Was behaving erratically. Yeah, yeah. He had very strange behavior. It was definitely, and once once I heard about the marijuana, then I said, "Oh, okay, now this is, it paints the picture even more so." But like I said, uh, when something like that happened, the I, in a way, I can say, the family can always. It's just natural for families to want to blame somebody. They want to blame somebody for the death of their child, their uh, their nephew, their uh, you know. So the police, they blame the police. I watched on the news. They only mentioned the marijuana lingers. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Because at the end of this video, they did. They showed the weapon. They showed the weapon, and the police chief, I think it was, he gave a statement, which was just basically was talking about that particular day, named the four officers and their ID and how long they've been on the force, and none of them had any police shootings, prior police shootings, and that was about, and that's all he basically said. And then the autopsy report basically said that it was a self-inflicted wound, uh, and that was what killed him. Absolutely. Not. No, it's not. And then I said that in my first video that it's not the police department's fault. They're not to blame, and definitely the four police officers. It's not their. They're not to blame for his death because they didn't kill him. But when you um, and definitely the coroner's report, the autopsy did, showed what it showed, which was self-inflicted. But the family was wanting, was I think they was trying to get a independent uh, autopsy report, and I think they were wanting to know which bullet, I guess, killed him. Which I don't know how much it costs for an independent autopsy report, but I don't think it'll do any good. It's not going to. I don't think it's going to change anything because it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I feel for the officers because people don't understand. Yeah, there are bad officers, there's racist officers, and there's officers that have um, killed, you know, um, these black men wrongfully, you know. But there are officers, like those 4 officers that did nothing wrong, did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong, and they did their job, and they did a good job at doing it. They nothing, nothing, no misconduct at all. So, but still, you know, they probably getting all kinds of um, uh, I wanted to say trash talking or uh, threats and probably some of everything, um, all because of other police killings that bad bad police officers have done. Love you too. You still want it? You still want it? He comes. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, they're trying to raise money for a second one. Like an autopsy. Because I wonder have they got it yet, or I guess they're gonna hold off from get from burying him until they can get it. They're not safe now because of that. Yeah, yeah, and that's sad. Yeah, this sad that they have to probably be subjected to threats and death threats and all that because of what other have done to other people. But yeah, but yeah. So we had a pretty good one. Yes, they wanted one. It's Friday. Oh, Friday. I wonder did they get one since it is Friday? Also, if they if they if they didn't, um, they, hopefully they're able to. What's not? Oh, oh my. What's my? Oh man. Mhm. I don't I don't know. Well, the family said he didn't, because that's what I was thinking. I thought maybe he may have had some kind of mental issue. It didn't make sense for him to not. uh want to follow instructions and just get out the car. But that was before I found out that there was marijuana involved in it. But the family said that he didn't have any kind of mental issues. Hold on 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. So, money with independent outside. Oh, okay. Off to raise more money. Oh, okay. No, but if he's never been evaluated, they would know. Yeah. That's what I think. I think it probably was the marijuana. Probably he probably just because I think I said that last time, but without the marijuana because I didn't know marijuana was involved. But I just said maybe them red and blues flash pulling them over on that traffic stop and may have just spooked him. But now that the officer said they had the smell of marijuana, probably it, they probably was paranoid after being pulled over, and I don't know. I guess you never know what made him think do what he did. Yeah, because some people smoke marijuana get paranoid. They be at home smoking marijuana and be paranoid as hell, thinking the police gonna knock on the door and shit. People don't depressed. Yeah, and at 18, you thinking, what the heck do they have to be depressed about? When you're a parent and it's your child at 18, you like, what they got to be depressed about? You know, all they got to do, he wasn't in school. I think he had already graduated. So what he got to do, you know, and we're still living at home. So he had bills to be depressed about. So, yeah. But, and, and they probably don't know and probably won't ever know why he did what he did. Let me see. Yeah, I know it's mine's getting tired. It's 8:30. They teacher and principal. Why being mommy? Okay, yeah, do that, do that. Yeah, email me. We can do some kind of about it. Yeah, we can do that. Just give me, and do that. It'd be awesome. All right, Sean. For you, good night. Well, morning. Yeah, my grandkids, all five of them, they got online school at 8 o'clock. My grandson, I guess he must have had a dream or something. He came in here crying. All right. Good night, Sean. Nice talking to you. Yeah. All righty. Well, Miss Lady School, you check out that video and get ready to have that panel. Uh, I want you to come be in the chat so you can give us some good questions and comments. She said she said she had always been in this life, but it was he. I think he lived with his aunt, so it was it the aunt? Yeah, I think he lived with his aunt. So it was something different. Yeah, depression just hit people depressed. I've battled with depression for years. Yeah, yeah, kids can have depression, and like somebody has said, you wouldn't know unless they've been evaluated or taken to the doctor and found out that they have depression. So he he could have been, especially to take the route that he did. Had to be something. Had to be something more than what normal people would go through when being stopped by the police. Because there are plenty of people that have, been stopped, pulled over by the police, and been smoking a little weed, or whether smoking it then or smoking it a little bit earlier. It didn't make them want to take the route he took. So it could have been depression. Just young, so young, so much life left to live. 18. I had heard from people that were on here and that had been in other people's lives, and uh, were saying that people were making comments about, you know, Marks are trying to blame the family for whatever, but it's not the family. You can't blame the family for anything. You can't blame the family for him, you know, um, taking his own life. Can't blame the family, whether they taught him what to do when or if he's ever, stopped by the police, how to just comply, follow instructions, follow the commands, you know, um, any of that. You can only teach and tell your kids so much, and whether they do it or not, it's on them, not the mother, not the auntie, not the cousin. He chose not. He chose not to follow the instructions, the commands. Can't blame the family. Mhm. Oh, oh well, Charles McGrady. Charles McGrady. I forgot to speak to you. Hey, how you doing? Um, Anybody got anything else they want to say? Comment? Question? I'm gonna get off of here. Been on here 4 hours. Anybody that didn't see the live, recommend you check out the replay. It definitely was a good live. Um, I had somebody on the panel with me, a guy named McMickey. McMickey. In the young man's life that happened. Yeah, yeah. And just like his family, his mother, his father, they'll yeah, they'll never know. They probably if he was depressed, they like they said, no, he didn't have any mental issues. Um, they may not even know that he may have, you know, started smoking weed. They may not, but I don't think they'll ever um, understand why he did what he did, and mainly because it doesn't make sense because it didn't have to happen. It wasn't that serious. A traffic stop. Um, the odor of marijuana. You can't. You from the video that I seen, and I think Sean told me they didn't find any marijuana. So you can't get a ticket for having marijuana because they didn't find any marijuana. They they knew you were smoking it because you could smell it, but you can't get a ticket because I smelled some marijuana. Right. All right, Charles, I appreciate it. Yeah, I wish it had never happened myself because he just too young to for his life to be especially self-inflicted to just take his own life. Uh, it just wasn't that serious. Even if you having that gun and you don't have a license for it ain't like you going to prison for 50 years because you had a gun. So that's why I say it just ain't that serious. If it, it, I can't make any sense out of it. Even sometimes as police officers, we sit and those police officers are probably sitting doing the same thing that I'm doing, trying to question why didn't he why he just didn't get out the car. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that serious. The smell of marijuana, um, the gun that was under the seat. It wasn't like you go away for the rest of your life because you had a gun up under the seat. None of that. So why would you take your life for something like that? You know, was it depression? Was it depression mixed with smoking marijuana that gives some make people have paranoia? Could be, could be. So those officers are probably going through the same thing that I'm going through. Why? Why? Yeah, I hate you, Mr. Miss Lady School. You always have good questions and comments. And this time I had a guest that came on the panel, very intelligent young man that came on the panel. So it you'll enjoy it. And Sean, the lady that was on, she she was a police officer. Worked for the sheriff's department. She don't now, but I think she traded her gun in. I think if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if she's in the medical field or she's in education. One of them, I forgot. But yeah, she traded her gun in. So that's why me and her was having a conversation because under, we understand each other. We understand the training, the mind thoughts, and all that. So yeah, so I think you enjoy it. You enjoy it, and hopefully we're supposed to do a panel, a civil panel about it, and hopefully you can make it and be there. We would enjoy you being there. being here. And anybody else that want to show up, we appreciate it, and hope to give you some insight on what police officers go through, uh, listen to. As I always say, at the beginning of this video that I did, I said, I was doing this video on the perspective of a police officer. So, all right, well, I hope y'all enjoy. Check that replay out, and let me know in the comments what you think. I appreciate it. Give me a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed to me. And I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna get. You don't get my notification? Oh no. This thing, I don't know why they do me like that. Have you tried unsubscribing and then subscribe back to me and see if that'll work? That'll help. Yeah, I hate you don't get my notifications because I know I see you every once in a while. Try that and maybe that may help. I hope it does because we decided to do this panel. I don't want you to miss it. All right. Well, thank all y'all that came and checked out the live. I appreciate it. And get out of here. My eyes getting a little heavy. Thank y'all. I appreciate you. I'll see y'all next time.